Boom.
There it is.
Wow. Hey, you know what? I think we need to put on the list of things to talk to our developers about is audio processing. You know, I've noticed there's a lot of inconsistency in the audio levels of videos that we play and videos that our partners play, like Heavy Metal Magazine, our partner in the Romero Pictures Indie Brigade DEF CON 1, the first online-only convention, with me, your host, George C. Romero, and my ever-present and faithful producer extraordinaire, Joe Ridgely. How are you today, buddy?
I am excellent. Excited for today. How are you?
Oh, I'm great, man. Yesterday was phenomenal, wasn't it?
It was. And seeing the pictures afterwards was, yeah.
I know, it's cool. It literally has like the convention vibe, which was the hope and the goal, right? Like people sharing their convention photos and things like that. We are going to get our special screenshots, branded screenshots out to our ticket holders, the folks who got on screen with everybody yesterday, and for them, there's a special thank you. I've also noticed that the vendor group is actually great. See, this is what I love about this community. People are supporting the vendors. They're going and browsing stuff. They're, from what I can tell on the posts, people are selling things. So thank you for participating in the vendor space. And, you know, I saw a few people doing live videos. So I don't know if they're doing live videos and then sharing it to the vendor group, or if they're putting, I don't know how that's all working, but it just shows to go, you man, you know, that you give a community like the indie community, something to rally around, and we're going to figure it out. You know, that's that sort of punk rock fuck you attitude, right, Joe?
Absolutely.
Man, you look just exhausted. You know, for anybody who doesn't know, a couple of things, housekeeping things. Joe does a lot back behind that keyboard. He takes a lot of abuse from this side, and he does a whole hell of a lot back there. So I'd like to thank him for putting up with my madness and rolling with the punches on this trip, man. It has been one hell of a trip, and I can't wait to see where we go from here.
Yeah, you see, I only work 80 hours a week. He works about 120 hours a week. So it's all good.
I'm hoping I just drank out of the Blame Joe mug, and I think I might have been a little early on that. You haven't fucked anything up yet.
Premature Blame Joe stuff going on right there.
I'll switch over. Hang on. There we go. That's better. Man, coffee tastes so good out of branding.
That is awesome.
So listen, everybody who bought tickets, I hope you're in the green room today. There is a link in the green room for y'all. Joe will be, Joe and moderators will be deciding and determining who gets to come up on screen during panels and ask questions and participate. We've got some great panels lined up for you today. If you missed any of yesterday, there is a rebroadcast of it available already on YouTube. Obviously, you can't interact because it happened yesterday, and you suck for missing it.
Is that how that
works? But you know what happened? We started to make history yesterday, and we're going to finish to make history today. Yesterday, we completed successfully, with a couple of little expected glitches. We successfully completed day one of the DEF CON 1, which we believe to be the first online only convention for the indie and horror community, maybe anywhere. So, and we've got a lot of stuff to get through today. I just want to thank everybody for supporting this concept, this idea, whatever, this online convention. We're trying to raise some awareness for some stuff we have going on, like trying to get the Veterans Compound off the ground, which is our veterans program designed to teach veterans the film industry inside and out, from the creative side to the tech side of being a crew member. So your presence here is helping us do that. Your tickets are helping us do that. Your support is helping us do that. And then beyond all of that, we are working hard to provide a little help, whatever help we can, for the independent vendors who work the convention circuit very, very diligently. A lot of people got screwed out of a reliable revenue stream with all these conventions being canceled. And so we are hoping that this is going to do some good for everybody in the community that way as well.
Read that.
I did some searching. I think you're right. I could not find any full online only conventions ever. Awesome. Thanks, CW. So today, when we finish today, we will have successfully completed the first 2-day long, 16 hours plus, actually. Not much plus. We're pretty good, but 16 hours online only over a 2-day period convention. I think, there's some other people popping up to do concerts from their couch and little things like that, and that's all great. But, all that stuff, to me, it still feels a little bit me, right? I mean, this isn't the time for me. This is the time for communities to band together and show the support and love that they have for each other. That's what the DEF CON 1 is about, and that's why it's successful. And, that's what the Indie Brigade is all about. And that's why the Indie Brigade is becoming more and more successful every day and every week. And I'm so grateful to have everybody out there in the Indie Brigade, part of the Indie Brigade, talking about the Indie Brigade. Because the first rule of Indie Brigade is that you talk about Indie Brigade, right, Joe?
Yes.
Shut up, Joe.
I had to think about that for a second. You're mixing.
Listen, I don't know. Did you get the Buy Me a Coffee link, Joe? Do you have that anywhere?
Maybe.
I sent it to you.
I know you did. You send me a lot of things, man.
I do. Listen, while Joe's searching for this link, I want to let everybody know, if you like what we do, if you like the DEF CON 1, if you're having a great time and you did not get a chance to buy a ticket to appear on screen, we do have a little something called Buy Me a Coffee. There it is at the bottom, buymeacoffee.com/RP Indie Brigade. Buymeacoffee.com/RP Indie Brigade. If you just want to throw us a little something to say thanks, or to let us know that you're out there and thinking about us, maybe you missed the ticket sales, maybe whatever. If you just want to toss us something to help keep the lights on, it's mostly going to go toward the veterans compound, and the rest of it's going to go towards servers and promoting DEF CON 1 and promoting the vendor space as well. So I'm not really sure how that works. I think you just toss us a couple of bucks. If this is something that you dig and you want to throw something at us, go ahead. We have made that possible for you as well. There it is. It's up on the YouTube as well. I guess all of that said, is there any other housekeeping? Buy your merch, go shop the vendor tables, check out our merch at romeropictures.com under the merch link. We've got some limited edition stuff like Joe's wearing with the old Wings logo that's going to be going away here soon. And we've got some great new stuff from the Scare Tactical line. The Scare Tactical line of clothing is all designed by Ian Steyer, the artist responsible for the new look and feel of all of the Romero Pictures Indie Brigade branding, and portions of all of the Scare Tactical line also go toward launching the Veterans Compound. So I think that's it. Yeah, follow us. Follow us on our YouTube channel, Facebook page, Instagram, and Twitter. See, I can read.
Please, it helps us immensely.
Yeah, I know. I go through so much stuff in the beginning. I feel like we need to maybe break that up or something so people don't just tune out like in the first 2 minutes. But
I'm sorry, bud.
Yeah, like you. Nobody listens when I talk.
I ever think there's a reason for that? Maybe they don't come for you. Maybe they come for me.
Do you think?
No, I don't. Not at all. Let's go on. You ready for this?
I guess so, man. Let me get some jet fuel here.
All right. I'm going to bring them up one at a time so you can do the introductions.
All righty.
You have this beautiful young lady right here who's very talented. Go ahead.
Krista Saxon, please. Krista Saxon, please pronounce the middle name for me.
Krista Grotte Saxon.
Grotte, Saxon. I just wanted to make sure, you never know. East Coast, West Coast, you never know these days.
Oh, I know.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Krista is the executive producer of Nation's Fire, and joining her is Thomas Churchill, who we all met on the season 3 premiere of Romero Pictures Indie Brigade podcast Friday night. What's up, man?
Oh, now he has no audio. You had audio before.
This is great. I love watching the reactions when they get here. When we get here.
Well, we could read your lips. You said, "What the fuck?" Oh,
nope.
You changed something since like 10 minutes ago.
Maybe it's better we can't hear him.
Drop him out and rejoin. Krista, how are you?
I'm doing good. How about you?
I'm good. First of all, since it's behind you there, talk about what's on the screen behind you.
Oh, this is the Nation's Fire official movie website. So I'm in my little movie room at home. So I decided to put it on in the background. So I thought it'd be kind of cool.
Very nice. And that is, let's see, that scroll's not up because I think Joe is fixing things. How do people find that website?
It's nationsfireofficialmovie.com.
Cool. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
So thank you for coming on and doing this first panel of day 2 of DEF CON 1. It's kind of cool, right?
It is very cool. Thank you for having me. I really appreciate being here. I was really excited about it.
Oh no, absolutely. This is really cool. Thomas is back kind of, but not really.
Is he?
No.
He was fine a minute ago. Here we go.
There he is. Oh.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Hey, there it is.
Oh my God! Thank Christ.
There's always glitches, man. You should have seen yesterday. We ended up doing a radio interview with R.A. Mihailov because we couldn't get his camera running. So hey, it's live, right? That's what happens. This is like a marathon thing. It was like 8+ hours yesterday. We're doing 8+ hours today. Stuff's bound to glitch out, right? It's all good, and we've got a phenomenal group of people who seem to be understanding and patient about it. So
we are, and I wanted to say it's a pleasure to be here for your first. Let's start again. It's an honor to be here for your first ever online DEF CON 1 convention and sharing a panel with one of my best friends and family, Krista Grotte Saxon, as you stated, was the executive producer and the star of our film Nation's Fire.
Well, there you go, and I appreciate both you guys for coming out. So
we appreciate you.
I think let's see here. How should we get started? This is just kind of like an open wrap about indie producing. So here's what. Oh, fuck me. What, Joe?
I need that website again, please. Krista, what was it? Nation's Fire?
nationsfireofficialmovie.com.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. So I guess let's just jump into it. We're going to talk about some indie producing. We're going to talk about some what I guess what I'd like to focus on is kind of teaching a lot of the people watching in the Indie Brigade, about either where they're at now or where they're about to be, and I'll explain that. So a lot of the folks who follow and watch the Indie Brigade, we've got a lot of seasoned professionals in the Indie Brigade, like you guys, like a whole bunch of folks who come on and we try to essentially just drop some knowledge, right? And we try to teach because a large part of our viewership is young filmmakers and new filmmakers. And we try to provide a place for them to sort of learn about the craft of filmmaking and the business of filmmaking from people who have had more experience than them, and in a way that they can relate to, because a lot of our filmmakers are making short films. Maybe they've made their first $50,000 or $100,000 feature, or maybe they've made even a $500,000 feature. But it's always about going to that next level as an artist. It's always about going to that next level as a producer or a director or a writer or whatever that is. And so, I think Nation's Fire, and I think what you guys are doing and have done is a phenomenal example that I would love the brigade to be able to take a look at and learn from you guys. So it means the world to me that you guys are both willing here and willing to discuss this. So because I know it wasn't really a super easy experience.
No.
No.
I think making, for me, you know, I mean, obviously it was a big indie production. We had lots of moving parts. I mean, as you do on any movie, but we had employed so many people on this. It was a SAG production. We had some pretty well named cast involved, and so it was quite an intense experience, I must say, especially for me being an executive producer, and the amount of money we spent on this and the time it took from pre-pro to final distribution. I mean, it was I'm writing a whole book about it for therapy, but it was a great experience at the same time, you know.
So are you guys
ours would be on the same shelf with the Checkpoint experience, Nation's Fine Checkpoint, on the same shelf for book for people to read it.
Are you guys comfortable disclosing the budget amount of this film? If you're not, I understand.
I'm fine with that. I mean, the total came to 1.3 when it was all said and done. And 1.3 million we spent on that. There was, so when we first, how it all started was Tom and I, we were here in Florida promoting Checkpoint at the 20th anniversary Born to Ride party. Born to Ride to local TV show and magazine here in Florida, well, all along the South. So, and I have a close relationship with Ron Galletti of Born to Ride and his wife, Deb. So Tom and I were at the event promoting Checkpoint, and we all started talking, and we had talked about doing a biker themed action thriller. So, of course, it's just talk at first, but we decided, you know what, you guys, why don't we go ahead and go forward and see what we can do? So initially, me and Robert Corey and Jerry Roberts were not going to invest in the movie. We decided that we would, you know, look for funding, right? Well, obviously, good luck with that, because a lot of people aren't stupid. And, you know, to find one single investor on a movie, it's a very, very challenging and difficult process, because people are wanting to know how they're going to get a return on that investment, right? Right. So Tom, myself, and Ronnie and Bob, we went around the country. We met with a lot of people, even from my world of aviation tech and that sort of thing, and spoke with some players about potentially investing. And it was really funny, because they're like, well, how are we going to get our money back? Like, what's the plan? And we did. We had a whole business proposal, and Tom put together a great package. But of course, you know, still convincing them, because we didn't have a guarantee for distribution. We didn't have, knew what the outlets were. Oh, there's self-distribution, there's Redbox, there's Netflix, of course, right? But how are we going to get it out there? So, Tom had met up with Phil Goldfine from Hollywood Media Bridge, and during that process, while we were seeing the investment, we decided that we would. This project was important to me. The role was important to me, and it's something that I really wanted to do. And I said, you know what? Let's take the risk, and that's what we did. Now, we shouldn't have spent what we did, and I'll say that all freaking day long. We should not have, because it's going to take that much longer to make that back, and then a return on top of it, right? So, right. But we ended up meeting up with Phil Goldfine from Hollywood Media Bridge, and we figured, okay, well, he's an Oscar winner, he's got an Emmy, and now he's got a Tony. This guy must know his shit. Let's move forward, right? He was acting as our sales agent as well, and told us, guaranteed, I'll have the movie sold. That's what I do. That's what I do. Sure. And so we felt completely fine, didn't question it. Developed a close relationship with them, hired their team to oversee the entire production as like a project managing thing, to make sure that we had all our paperwork, all our documentation, everything that we needed for delivery in line, because we felt we were going to be going with a studio such as Lionsgate or you know, whoever, because that's what we were told. And so we moved forward. We didn't even think twice about it. We went right into production. Production was magic. And Tom, I don't know if you want to elaborate on any of what I've said so far. Or
production's oftentimes magic, and you know, you know, and sometimes it's a black magic, but sometimes it's a good magic.
Well, let me just step in for a quick minute. The production on this film Well, let me elaborate on a couple things that Krista said. That was she hit some key points. We went all over the country, George. We literally we went to places in Nashville and New York, and we were just all over talking to potential proposed investors.
Sure.
And you know, to this day, you know, I mean, like I said, going back the history of Krista and we met on the film Emerging Past, which is currently streaming right now, the director's cut. No, we met on Emerging Past from a mutual friend of ours, Brooke McCarter, who's passed on, who we still love very much. You know, and it was strange when I first conversed with Krista over the phone because she replaced the actress that was originally hired, that I fired a week before shooting. And when I met Krista over the phone and hired her, I felt like there was just this energy and chemistry. And we went on to do 13 projects in the course of 12 years or whatever it is. And the cool thing about Krista and I, we developed a personal relationship that, you know, where, you know, it's family. You know, it's not like I know how to direct her and push her to get that other thing, and she trusts me as the director. When I met Robert Horry on the set of when we were doing Lazarus, he came and he started talking about this is you know, one of Krista's business partners as well as her husband. You know, we were talking and you know, he was 5 movies ago, whatever it is, 7 movies ago. He had something in his head. Bob's a great guy, and he's one of those no nonsense business guys, but he's got to consume everything before he just reacts. And I was privileged to get to know them on a personal level as well. So it wasn't as people watching think that, okay, boom, she had the money and boom, she went out and got it. No, it still was a long process of developing this project before, as a team, Krista, her husband and business partner, Jerry, decided to say, fuck it, let's take a chance. And it was a very expensive chance for, you know, you learn from people during the course of life, you know, you're not supposed to borrow money from family, or you're not supposed to get in business with family, all that stuff. But they took a gamble on this movie. Sure. And trusted people that were in higher levels of studios and stuff like that to say, let's do this. So so all in now.
Absolutely.
And the one thing that I swore to her as my friend, as my business partner on screen and all, that I will never fuck them over. Ever. Yeah. I would go the way, you know, I never fucked over any investors anyway. But there's been issues in the past when you're working with, as we spoke on the phone one day, you have those investors that breathe on your neck, and it's like they're not creative and everything else. This wasn't like that here. They allowed me to do what the film was. They allowed me to build this project with Krista and create magic. And like she said, this was the first time ever I worked on a project that it just boom, boom, everything fell in place perfectly. Sure. No issues, no drama, great shoot, great cast, great writing, great directing, great star up there. And that's where, when you're building an indie film, that's the ingredients you need.
Well, that's exactly right. And you know, I'd like to pause here, because I'd like to talk about some of the points that Krista brought up when she was talking too. You know, when you're going out there and you are trying to drum up money, or you're making a decision to invest in a film, you do look at things like ROI. And you do look at things like how you're going to make your money back. And you do look at, because at the end of the day, look, this industry was built on business people taking risks on creative people back in.
That's right.
In the day, right?
Right.
And, you know, that's how you had some of the early studios. A lot of them ended in bad fights, but they started with the same thing, realizing that there are two very different sides of things. There's creative and there's business. And now more and more nowadays, both of those worlds can sort of meet in the middle, because I think more creatives are learning that there's a business to what they do, to their art, right? As opposed to, it used to be, it was okay to just be this wacky sort of like, I'm not going to deal with society, I'm going to be the artist, and
Right.
and then the business, you know, and you handle the business, and you know, and nobody cared. But now everybody's sort of meeting more in the middle. And so a lot of things that people who are out there trying to raise money for their first movies, you know, they have no idea what it means to speak to an investor. They have no idea what it means to sit down with somebody and say, look, I need you to invest in this film. And so what I'd like to do is kind of, if it's cool with you guys, I'd like to talk about that just a little bit with you, Krista, because from the standpoint of, say we've got a film, say you've got a filmmaker, and let's talk a little bit. We'll use you guys as the working example, but a filmmaker comes to you with this project. Like, what do you look at as an EP to, you know, what do you expect a filmmaker to bring you as an EP to sell you? Because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if you believe in it. It doesn't matter if both of you believe in it and your friends. At the end of the day, when you're sitting down to make the final decision, you've got to make that decision from a business point of view. So before we get into the distribution, I'd love to talk about how you, as an executive producer, gets to the decision where you say, I'm going to take a chance on this.
I would like to see what they've done before on previous projects. Has anything you've worked on made any money? Right. Do you have connections for distribution, or understand the budget? Somebody could come with you, to you and say, "Oh, this is going to be about, $1 million budget." Well, do you know how hard it is to make $1 million back? For me as the investor, I mean, technically, every filmmaker, when they have people come in, that's why the crowdfunding thing is a good thing to do. Things like, you have to let them know this is a very risky business, and you may not see a dime back. So people take that chance on getting their points on the back end, or success or failure, in knowing that you might not make anything. Okay. I mean, obviously the ultimate goal is to at least make the budget back. I'll be happy if we get half the budget back. But when it comes, I could see, I've received many scripts and spoke with many people who are interested. Of course, they can get their production done. But at the end of the day, when it goes to distribution, nobody gives a fuck what the story is about. Nobody gives a fuck about anything, your budget, nothing. They do want to see that there's names involved in that movie. That could be a big selling point. However, that might be for US. Internationally, you go to different territories and you're not going to see, they'll give you the same rate, say Thailand or France, whatever. They could give you the same rate to license your film that you spent $1 million, $2 million on as another film that's $20,000 budget. So there's a lot of factors that go into play, and that's why it's so important for independent filmmakers to really understand the business end of things, because a lot of artists aren't really numbers people, you know what I mean? And thinking a lot of indie filmmakers, and I've been actress for 20 plus years, so I've been doing that in my whole life, and I've watched and I've seen things not getting finished because they couldn't complete, they didn't have enough money to finish it. And I almost thought that, I was worried that would happen with Nation's Fire. And like your intro says, I will fucking die before that happens. We are getting this movie. Because a lot of the people in post that we work with, this big Hollywood people that we hired to oversee our production, was coming at me telling me, well, we're going to need another $200,000 for your deliverables. After we'd already spent another $100,000 on post. And at that point, I said, you know what, go fuck yourself. I'm not an idiot, okay? If I have to just do this myself, I'll do it myself. Like, I don't care. So at the end of the day, you got to remember that when you're approaching a potential investor, I would suggest seeking like various small amount investments with a statement saying that there is no guarantee you're going to get this back, but here are our options. Here's what we're looking at. Here are our connections. Here's our distribution ideas, and what we're looking to do. But I definitely would want to see, what have you made before on your productions? Where have you distributed before? let's see your numbers. And then we can go from there. And then if they're wanting a high ass budget of, $500,000, $1 million, well, what if you brought in another movie that's $500, $1 million? I mean, that's just realistic thinking on my part. Because we know if we're going to do a first-time filmmaker, we got to start real low and let's see what we can do, right?
Well, absolutely. And, I think that's part of the big problem, too, is,
Oh, you okay?
Look, man, I'm getting all excited. I'm throwing blows here. But, yeah, no.
I think that's part of the problem. I mean, I get a lot of scripts and I try to help as many filmmakers as I can.
Right.
But, at the end of the day, fucking Joe's back.
Your camera's out of focus.
Man, I thought it was me. I started switching hands.
No, I knocked his out too. Hold on.
There you go.
Fucking now I forgot what I was saying. Oh, yeah. So, one of the things that we talk about here, and, we talk about ways to approach investors and things to do. And one of the things that I preach to a lot of people, and I do get preachy about it because, we, at the end of the day, we're selling a product. We're making a product. You get to be an artist on day one of set, and you get to be an artist all the way through when the edit's finished. And then it's not time for being an artist. What now?
I don't know if I'm the only one who saw it. You were Max Headrooming a little.
Oh, I was?
Yes.
I don't know. So we preach about creating a property, right? IP development. And we had the CEO of Heavy Metal on our season 3 opener as well. And we talked a little bit about IP development. But, I mean, the idea is to mitigate the risk of your investors as much as possible. And one of the things that I try to do when I speak to investors and with people that I work with is I try to mitigate that risk by providing alternative pillars around the property, whether that be a graphic novel or a mobile game or other ways to show that I intend to monetize a project for the investor. Because at the end of the day, it's a massive risk, and you're allowed to ask people, you're legally allowed to ask people, I think, for up to $5 million now without getting into the whole SEC stuff. But, but that doesn't mean that you can just go up to somebody and say, yo, throw me 5 million bones,
Right. One of the things that I've learned over the years from other people with investors is how you can approach investor is this. You can also say is when they're talking about their ROI, or if they only have excess amount of money to their name, you don't talk to them, because those people are depending on that money for their life, because that's their savings. That's rule number one. If you're talking to an investor and they're saying, well, I got 30 grand saved, you're not going to take their last money. You're not going to put their money in a thing. But what you can tell, I'm talking to other filmmakers out there, what you can tell is how much money are you willing to lose if you go to a casino, or if you go on vacation, or if you drop, because they already know they're spending that at a casino, they're spending that on a vacation. They know what they're going to end up losing. I'm talking if you're going to start small, if you're out there looking for help. When you get into the big numbers and everything else, there's everything that Krista stated is at risk. You have to know your track record. You have to know are you putting out commercial project? Is it enough type of commercial stuff that people are going to be interested in, want to get their money back? If you're making a movie about how a tree grows in your backyard, nobody gives a fuck. If you're talking about sneakers and stuff like that, nobody gives a fuck. It's got to be something that's going to be commercial appealing for people to go out and spend money. So it's different genres. But
not necessarily, Tom, because if you look at it, when you go to obviously we all know film is subjective. So 1 million people could hate Nation's Fire, and then 1 million people will love Nation's Fire. They could be in the middle, but some people might want to watch a fucking tree grow. Whatever. But at the end of the day,
not for $1 million.
We are so flooded with content all out there that marketing is imperative. You have to set money aside to market and push your shit out of this whole sea of content that's out there, you know,
That's
and
right.
it's really just about getting noticed. So we can make a great Seed in a Tree movie, you know, as long as we can push it out there to the masses, people are going to watch it. Because there might be somebody in their high and says, hey, this looks pretty cool. I don't know.
Well, niche marketing has been a huge topic lately, too, that we're getting ready to dive into here in season 3 of the Indie Brigade proper show. So I would love to have you on to talk about that, too, because, you know, I like when I hear you say watch a movie about a tree grow, you're right. As a film fan, I don't want to watch a tree grow. But if I go out and I know about all the different kinds of grasses and shit that people use, like, you know, if I'm one of those yard guys or whatever,
that's different, right?
It's going to be a YouTube channel, but you know, but then what you're talking about is you're talking about managing the expectations of the investors through managing the expectations of the filmmaker as well, because the idea is, you know, how many filmmakers come to me and say, hey, I wrote this script and I'm looking for like, you know, $250,000 to make it, and I read the script and it's like fucking Waterworld. You know, and it's like, look, you didn't write a $250,000 movie. So first of all, if you're going to look for $1 million, write $1 million movie. Don't write a $10 million movie.
Right.
You know, so there has to be expectation management all the way around, I think. And then, you know, decide together if it's going to be a niche film, if it's going to be a mainstream film. And I think that's where you guys went. And I think you guys made an amazing film, did an amazing thing.
Thank you.
You know, and I think that, what's interesting to me is I love watching the two of you guys go back and forth. So I'm just trying to think of something I can trigger you guys with.
Oh,
we will, like, me and Tom.
No, I know. Yeah. It's good, but in a good way. That's what I'm smiling. I'm like loving
it. That's what's great about our relationship is people that don't know us, they'll see us go at it like this and automatically, oh man. They hate each other. They're never gonna work with each other again. She hates him and he hates her, and that's it. Look, he hasn't made a movie with her, and it's like fuck right. You know, it's like the same page like we talked about the other night on things. It's the same haters, the little Instagram haters, the critics that like to just trigger rather than be productive. They like to manipulate.
Well, absolutely. But you know what we like, there's nothing we can do about that, man. So, you know, we
just say fuck it and go like this and keep moving on, you know.
Fuck off, I'm doing my thing. But that's, you know, right. Krista, you brought up marketing as well, and you know,
she's good at that.
I'm flashing forward a little bit to you were starting to talk about the sales process and the distribution process. I kind of stopped us to stick here for a few minutes, and you know, the standard formula that a lot of traditional sales agents and a lot of traditional sort of methods for film distribution and sales, they build things like the P&A funds on top of the budget. So, and you know, if you look at the big studio model for that, right? Like the big studio model for that is basically spend $20 million to make the movie, spend $20 million in P&A, right? So now you're at 40 million. So now you got to make like the movie got to make 50 million before it technically hits profit. So if you think about it in those numbers, because they're such big numbers for a lot of indie folks, and then think about it in the $1 million range, or the $1.5 million, or the $2 million, or the $1 to $3 million. You know, you spend $1 million to make a movie. You know, the industry is designed to make you spend another $1 million to market it. Right. And that's what they're going to always try to do. They're going to come back and they're going to say, we need more money for this. We need more money for that. And you as the investor and you as the filmmaker, you've already put over $1 million into a movie. So you're sitting there thinking, well, shit, now I got to spend another $1 million because that's what everybody's telling me I got to do. And it creates this panic because now you're sitting here with this $1 million sports car and you're trying to sell it in like, you know, at like a Volkswagen festival, you know?
Right. Right. And it's a horrifying experience when you realize that, because we didn't put anything so much aside for the marketing, because what we were told, we were going by what we were being told by our project managing team. I'll just say that, because we wanted them to guide us through, you know, the correct studio way of doing things. So we relied on that, and we were told once it was sold that, you know, they would handle that, you know, the marketing aspect of the film. But then when it came down to, you know, him getting us a deal, who was our sales agent, him getting us a deal, I was like, fuck you. They're going to offer us 8% of the entire budget of the movie. You guys, are you kidding me? And that's the scary part, because distributors, they have you by the balls. Everybody, because everybody's throwing content at them. They can do whatever they want. So they can tell you, and we don't need it, whatever. So you really get it in this horrifying position to, do I just take 100, 200 grand no, sorry. I will ride on my motorcycle with pasties on, selling DVDs door to door, and I'll make more money eventually. You know what I'm saying? I'll do whatever it takes. Me
too. I'll back you up. I'll wear pasties also.
You can ride bitch on the back of my bike.
Damn.
Nice. Look at that. But can I wear pasties? That's important.
He's going to call me after this, and we're going to have a huge fight.
I'm going to say, oh, my God, I'm a bitch on the back of your bike with pasties on.
So, but I do got to say, how do you approach the marketing of this project as you know what I'm saying? How do you approach that side of the investment and and the business of it? How do you approach the marketing of it with your creative?
Well, everything's a learning curve. Everything's a learning process. I've done a bunch of films, and every film is easy to do, but I mean, knock on wood, but it just, the hardest thing in making movies is two things: is raising money, and exactly this subject about distribution and marketing. Yeah. And after what we went through with Nation's Fire, and still going through, see, a lot of people don't know behind the scenes as they watch the film itself, and then there's a lot of hands in the cookie jar. What I would recommend, when I write, I automatically will write for a particular budget. If somebody says we got this much money, we're going to do it this, I'll write for that budget. As you stated earlier, I won't write, but Nation's Fire was ambitious. Checkpoint was ambitious. And given both films, there was a lot of things that went on, being advised from other people, being political here. But what I would recommend moving forward with any project that Krista and I will do again, or after I get off the back of her bike and I begin to take charge again, what I would recommend is every film we do kind of like what Blumhouse does. Blumhouse has a certain number of movies they do a year with the same budget. What I would recommend is your budget is $600,000. Wait, but $600,000, it's $300,000 to do your movie, $300,000 to market and promote and get everything else. So a filmmaker will get $300,000 to make that movie. Now you have to understand: are you going to go SAG? Are you going to go non-union? And it all depends. Now, as filmmakers out there, don't get pushed into saying you got to go SAG, because it doesn't affect anything that you do creatively as a director. There's a lot of actors out there that are non-union or FICOR, which means they can go both. So get that out of your head, that somebody's dangling a carrot and saying you got to go SAG, put this amount of money, because SAG will give you the best talent. Look, there's a lot of good talent out there. And a lot of them could be SAG, and a lot of them could be non-union or FICOR. So stay within your means. So if your budget is $300,000, process that. Understand budgets. Understand what money is allocated to what department. Not that you're going to go and try to take a little to make one department beef it up. It don't work like that. Because at the end, it's like putting a tank on top of toothpicks if you don't have everything the right way. And the right way all starts with the script. You write a script for whatever budget you're going to do. Whatever that budget you're going to do that's the process. You got to do everything in that $300,000. Script, pre-pro, production, post. Don't forget about the extra $300,000 that the budget has. That's not for you. That's for selling your product, getting it out there to the masses. getting distribution the right way, as we talked about on your season premiere show about how people get their movie distributed but get fucked because the distributor's making their money and you're not. Yes, your movie is everywhere, every country, on every shelf. No matter. Look, there's my film. Hey, look, I got my film out there. But at the end, you got fucking nothing in your pocket. You open up your wallet and moths fall out because your money's in the investor's pocket. Not in the investor, in the distributor's pocket. So focus on what you write for a particular budget is what I would say to that. And then you work hand in hand with your investor. You know, I mean, look, I had great investors and I had fucked up investors. But Krista and Bob and Jerry, they go on that list as great investors because they understood, they're business people and they let you do what you need to do within that budget. So, but there's investors out there that Krista will tell you. I mean, we worked with on a few where they're fanboys, they're breathing down your neck, and they're just spending money like crazy, not understanding anything, and then just at the end of the day, they got a beautiful, wonderful looking pile of shit because they don't know where to go with it afterwards.
Well, yeah, you know, and what I like about this team up is that I like that Krista is fighting for this. Too many times. You know, look, a lot of I've worked with executive producers who they fight for a while, but then the fight turns toward you, right? As opposed to fighting together to get the money back, to make a good deal, to do the good business and move it forward and make another movie, which, you know, what I've learned with good executive producers is that when you're in this situation, if you band together and you fight moving forward together as a unit for it with nothing but the project's you know, best interest in mind, that's how you get to the success. And I like that you guys are fighting this fight together because you don't see that enough.
Well, we've been through a lot together, from just working together on a project, or we've seen we worked on a few films together where I was directing, producing, and she was the star of the film or one of the actresses, and she saw firsthand how some of our executive producers handled cast and crew. You know, giving us one big giant bowl of Chef Boyardee, fucking beefaroni for the crew. It's like, what are you kidding? Yeah. You know, I mean, this is just
you can't do that. We preach at the brigade. You got to have a well-fed crew. Period.
You do. Number one, we double catered on Nation's Fire.
Yeah, we did. Yeah,
if some people were passing out because they.
It was like it was sickening, but it was great. But if you can't afford a great crew or a good cast and people gonna work for you practically for nothing, fucking feed them, treat them good, take care of them, have a craft table with great shit, have a lunch table and everything else. I mean, I have to say, on Nation's Fire, Krista's other half, Bob, the executive producer, he's like me. I mean, we're Italian and we love food. So we had every day it was catered. We had this lady, there's this company that catered it. Like an hour and a half later, Bob's coming with like prosciutto and pizza and all this other stuff. And it was like, oh my God. It was like a food coma. But it was just, it was amazing. It was every day. And it was just, you know, after a while, I felt bad for the caterer because I was like, most people were waiting to see what Bob's going to bring an hour later.
Yeah, sure.
But that's the cast and crew is everything. Yes. And we appreciate that, the cast and crew, like, so much. So that, I think you want to take care of them. You watch them work so hard, you know, the 12, 14, 16 hours a day and sweating and they're just really doing their thing to make this happen. So to me, you know, I worship all our cast and crew, those people. It's the fucking business people I can't stand.
I try to tell people all the time, you know, if you actually empower your crew to care about your film creatively, they will. Yeah. And nothing works better than a team of people or a crew of people who actually care about what they're working on. But you have to empower them to be okay to care about it. And one of the best ways to do that is through amazing catering and making parking easy.
Definitely.
Like, you know what I mean? Like dumb little shit that you don't think about. Those are the things. Like you don't want a crew that you can't pay. You show up at set and tell them you got to park 5 blocks away, and no, we don't have a way to shuttle you.
Right.
Oh, like now I gotta. Nobody said they'd be walking. Right.
Right.
You know? But okay, so now we've got a few minutes left. So
before you say that, I just worked with a couple companies that the crew's bathroom they sent down on the other end of a building, which was like, and it's like the crew ate last and everything. It's like the rule is your crew's got to eat first so they can get out there and get everything ready. But these particular companies where cast has to eat first, crew has to go down that way to bathroom, and then it's like, where's the crew? Well, you sent them a fucking mile away to go take a piss.
Exactly.
And to go grab some food. You know, it's just so every ounce of thing building something is important.
Absolutely. So now I want to spend the rest of the time, Krista, talking about what is your plan? What is your plan to recoup the budget on this film and to get it to profit?
I got to go out and sell my ass, she said.
Well, clearly right now we are in this unbelievable, economic time. Which could actually benefit the entertainment industry. But being a tech person myself, I understand that the industry will continue to evolve. And so as far as Nation's Fire goes, I wanted to have my hands in other things as far as, monetizing off of Nation's Fire. Say, for instance, doing some sort of, online portal for indie filmmakers and providing like all the documentation that we need to learn, we need to have, and like a whole environment for people to kind of work together and create and possibly even stream projects, something that could grow and develop, but also help them to save a lot of money on their budgets. Because, one thing I've learned is a lot of indie filmmakers don't understand like the deliverable requirements. When we got several pages of all those deliverables that are needed, and you got each platform that has different requirements, you're going to spend money. And so to have put all this information together, and I got so many boxes of paperwork, and I wanted to go through that and utilize that to help others in that respect, because I didn't know anything about it. Tom, you didn't even know a lot of the things. We're like, what the fuck? No. Are you kidding? And so, from your chain of title all down to each technical requirement, say for iTunes versus Amazon or whatever it may be. So to me, there's a lot of things that I want to do. Obviously, continue marketing the film, but I want to actually do things based off my learning experience from the business end of this movie. Okay, because I got millions of dollars worth of knowledge at this point, right?
Right.
So the movie will be out there, forever for people to see, and hopefully over time we'll see what the numbers are. But I'm going to be very interested in sharing every detail of this process with the world.
That's exactly what the Indie Brigade's about. So we should probably talk next week.
Yeah, that'd be great. That would be awesome. Hell yeah.
So I'm listening to you talk, and there's a lot of what you're saying that's really ringing loudly up here. So and I think it's because that's exactly the attitude we have with the Indie Brigade. On our season 3 premiere, we announced our first feature-length documentary we're doing under the banner, right? So the Indie Brigade is doing its first feature-length documentary. It's called Catch Sitka, and it's about a phenomenal family up in Sitka, Alaska, that literally bet their entire life on this business, and it worked, and it's continuing to work. And that is going to be a completely transparent process. And I figure it's best to make the first film transparent to the brigade as a documentary, because there's not so many. It's not going to be so overwhelming. It'll be a good intro, and a lot of what you're talking about. So we need to continue that conversation. That's
definitely. I love to. Yeah.
Yeah. So Well, listen, we've got just a few minutes now. So what are you guys working on next? What's going on? What's happening?
Tom?
Krista, you want to announce what we were doing?
Sure. Who, you? Me?
You.
What? Oh, go ahead.
We are currently putting together, we're in development. So all your haters out there think that we're not working together again. We are getting together to work on a film called Karma, which is a dark and interesting look inside the world of, I guess it's some sort of a revenge type of project. Action film, has a lot of the pole industry. Is that how you call it? It's the pole industry, right?
Yeah. Pole dance.
Yeah. Pole dance industry has a lot to do with it. Krista is the star, executive producer, and co-writer on the project that we're doing. So I'm very excited about doing that again and getting that in front of the camera with her. There's a few other projects that we're doing under the Technocentric and Churchill Productions titles, with other projects that we're developing with Bob and myself and Krista. So we got a good plan of attack on future projects as well. So we're excited about that.
Oh, yeah.
Does
Very
Bob
cool.
or Bob want to add anything, or Krista?
So anybody want to Krista, why don't you wrap us up with where we can find everything again, and what they can find and what to look for and all that stuff.
Well, Nation's Fire is available on demand on your local cable, U.S., Canada, wherever, and it's available on DVD in Walmart, Target, Best Buy. You can find it online, and so I mean it's all over the place, Amazon, you name it, and then my personal website is KristaGrotteSaxon.com. So, and NationsFireOfficialMovie.com.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Guys, I think this has been a really cool first panel for day 2. There he is. Plug it in.
There you go, Tom.
Joe,
producer. Joe's back.
Joe, this was a great panel. Good job.
This is excellent.
I feel like I'm holding Joe up.
I think that's the first time Joe's ever heard me say good job, buddy.
Yeah, good job.
Cheers.
That was very informative, and people are definitely digging it. And we may have to do something like this again soon. The Indie Brigade. So,
yeah, we could dedicate a whole episode to this.
Cool.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Get that word out. Anything pop up or anything come through that you need to pop up on the screen?
Great
Lance.
panel. There's a bunch of stuff that was just a proverbial well of film knowledge.
Yep. I love seeing some of the same people back from yesterday too.
Awesome info. And Lance is going to go buy the movie ASAP.
Yay.
Hey, thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome.
I mean, it's just pretty much, they're awesome.
Cool.
We thought that for 13 years.
Well, guys, thank you so much for spending some time on this Sunday afternoon with us.
Thank you for having us.
Absolutely. Have a great day.
We will catch you next time. Seriously, that was phenomenal. A wealth of information.
Boom. Panel 1 down. Awesome.
Is it nap time yet?
No.
Damn it. Okay. How many more hours ago?
6, 7.
6, 7.
7.
All right. Let me get that out of there. And looks like we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the 6. Let's see. 1, 2, 5 of the 6 here.
Sounds great.
Yeah.
So, well, you're dropping me out for this one.
I am dropping you out for this one.
So,
actually, I think I'm going to bring Lance and Sam in with them until their 6th person comes on. So,
okay. Well,
actually,
listen, I just want to before you drop me out, let me just say goodbyes and stuff. So, anyway, goodbye.
oh, nobody's got time for that.
Hello, everybody out there.
Hi.
DEF CON 1, Day 2 panel.
So we got Circus of the Dead coming up.
Yay!
Thanks to you guys getting everybody together.
Circus of the Dead. And on Blu-ray. Have it on Blu-ray. Right.
I aspire to learn how to do this with my show. Amazing. Thank you. I appreciate
That's AA Ron. Search 30.
Gotcha. Dawn. So, okay, I don't.
I think Chanel's going to be like 10 or 15 minutes late if you didn't see that text.
Yeah, I did. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to start bringing people up, and I'm going to drop out. Actually, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, I am going to drop out. So,
Okay. Thanks,
do
Joe.
your thing.
Joe.
You're welcome.
Hey, guys. Hey, there's Bill.
Hey, look, there's Rusty.
Hey.
Hey, Parrish.
Hey,
Hey, Ryan.
Hey, Ryan. Hey, Bill.
Hey, Bill.
Parrish. Oh, wow, this is awesome. I got goosebumps.
Can you hear us?
Ryan. What's up, Parrish?
That is so cool.
Bill hasn't spoken. Bill, can you hear us?
I hear you. Yeah.
Okay,
Cool.
good.
Rusty. Sound check, Rusty. Sound check.
Hello.
There he is.
There.
Mr. Blister.
How is everybody?
What's up, Ryan?
Doing good. What's up, man?
We're surviving. Hey, plague.
The
Yeah.
plague, yes. Day by day.
That's awesome.
I do put up with a lot with him, but I love him. How is everybody? Like, y'all excited to be here? Is this like too cool or what?
Yes.
It's cool.
It would have been better if I wasn't brought on with a bunch of clowns, but other than that,
Clowns make the world go round.
yeah, it is.
That's awesome.
Hey, it's a scary thing, I slept till like 12:30 p.m., 1 o'clock almost, and I wake up to see these guys.
Whereas usually he just has to roll over to see us.
Oh, nice.
Actually, no. The problem is Billy crushes me. He won't stay off me all night. It's a
Did you ever
nightmare.
see that episode of the Three Stooges where they sleep together with the hats on and the long pajamas? That's me, Ryan, and Rusty. That's what we do every night.
I think that just shot over like half the viewers' heads.
You might be dated a little. How's everybody's sleep patterns? I know ours is messed up really bad.
I'm sleeping all day, it seems like.
Mine is totally screwed up, but then again, I'm locked in. My wife and I were self-isolating because of her health, and we're like staying up all night watching movies and sleeping half the day. So it seems to work out better that way.
Yeah.
Right.
Mariah's feeling better, right, Rusty?
Yeah, she's getting better every day.
That's
Just,
good.
little by little. Baby
Positive
steps.
vibes.
So how are you, Bill?
I go to bed at 9 and I get up at 5.
So you haven't changed your schedule?
Classic Bill.
Wow.
No.
No, why change? If you find anything you like, there's never a reason to change, I believe.
Well, I'm going to, hey,
I eat the same foods every day at exactly the same time, go to bed at the same time, and wake up at the same time.
awesome, regimented. Real quick, before I forget the story, I know some of people have already heard it, and I just want to say what kind of a man Bill Oberst Jr. is, because we picked him up at the airport for the Cult Classic Convention, and this woman here was quick to point out to him how intimidated and scared she was to watch Circus of the Dead. And Bill said that he too had issues with the movie, which, people knew that. And he said, Sam, if you watch the movie with me, we will get through it together. And I swear to you, he sat there. We had some issues getting that screening in that night, but it finally got going. And they sat together the whole time and watched that movie. He was a man of his word.
Bill, can you talk about, no, we talked about, how did you feel watching it with your fans? You want to talk about that?
Really great. It was really great to see the community respond to it and to take it in the spirit it was intended, which is drop your jaw, wild, but also fun at the same time. And it was you don't get that watching it by yourself. And so it's really great to watch it in a community.
That's right.
Ryan, you're hanging in there. What'd you just pop? Top.
It's the Sprite, man.
This is
Right.
Sam's got good hearing.
I have good hearing.
Sorry about that.
Oh, that's all
I
right.
couldn't figure out how to mute it.
So, Billy, this group of people, you brought together an eclectic group of people and made everything seem to mesh. How did you do this?
Well, it's all the people that I brought. It's just they're just good people. It's just if we were making a movie or having a barbecue or just hanging out, it would have meshed because they're all just good people, and that's what good people do.
That's right.
But Billy, hey, Billy doesn't take credit. He's a damn good director. Okay, I mean, he brought us together, and as actors, he gave us great direction and as well adjustments when needed. And there was no ambiguity specific to what he wanted. I mean, he made clear he knew what he wanted, and he knew how to impart that information to you as an actor, and that helps a whole lot. As an actor, you make choices, yeah, but sometimes those choices seem right to you, but they're not what the director's vision is. And Billy knew how to let you know that, and as well steer you in that right direction, so to give him what he needed for the film. And I think Bill Oberst, you'll agree as well.
Yeah, that's right. Absolutely. My primary memory of Circus of the Dead is chasing a naked woman down the ramp of the parking garage in Odessa, Texas. When I get beyond that, I do think of Billy Pond.
Was he at the end of the ramp waiting for you?
In a similarly positive light.
Well, a lot of that goes back to the having fun thing is that if I like to put my friends and stuff like that and these people I meet into funny situations just to kind of, some things we didn't need for the movie, but we had them do it and I pretended we needed them just to get people in funny situations and everybody get to laugh.
And may I add that Billy handed me the cattle prod with the words, quote unquote, "This is a real cattle prod."
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Fully charged?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We had Billy on the other night and we talked about I said like in auditions or whatever that was all the how'd I say it, the slobber was all the slobber told beforehand, and he's like, you really laid it on thick.
Well, that was Bill. Bill says,
Yep.
he goes, I can slobber some of you'd like. I go, heck, it sounds good to me. And when he turned that on, And but that's what I always say with filmmaking is to me is the best advice I could give another director is if I watch a TV movie, a movie or anything, is I feel like I'm directing that movie when I'm watching it. And if something's going where it doesn't feel right, I'm going, oh, they're kind of missing the mark here. And that's really all you're doing in your movie too, is I kind of use my gut to tell me is, well, this isn't quite feeling right, or this feels a little cheesy, or this feels a little bad. And that's what you do is you kind of got it. And the goal is to get it right more than wrong in that feeling, that gut feeling. And I think we did that in Circus, at least 75%.
And there are few things on film or in life that are not enhanced by saliva.
Yeah, yes.
Well, Bill, one of the most disturbing scenes, and probably one of the reasons the first time I shut it down, was when you're outside watching the inside with Chanel and her lover, and you lick the window, and it's like a rabid dog, and it made the movie what it was, but it was also like, oh my gosh, I can't believe this is happening in front of my eyes, kind of thing.
Now I'm surprised. That to me, that was one of the milder scenes of the movie. Can you tell us, Sam, what was it that disturbed you about it?
Because I guess I thought, well, what if I saw or I knew somebody was outside my window salivating over watching me, and it was disturbing. And I didn't even get to the other disturbing things because I was like, at that moment, I got to turn this off. I'm not going to be able to sleep the rest of my life.
She couldn't get through it.
I couldn't. And it disturbed me in great ways because I look for movies that make me not be able to sleep at night. And This was one of those movies. And maybe I can count on one hand the movies in the last 10 years that have done that. But I am eternally grateful that you watched it. I watched you sit next to me, and I think we both had some uncomfortable moments, but I enjoyed it the way you did as I watched how other people reacted, not just him who loves everything, that in the moment, certain people nod over certain things. It was just an amazing experience.
That was the most fun scene to film. It didn't trouble me at all to bust through the window and grab Chanel and scream in her face. It was just not troubling at all. In fact, I begged Billy for the opportunity to really break the window and really jump through, didn't I, Billy?
He did, and on that second, and I said, well, we'll do it, but if I yell stop, then stop. And that second time he did it, we had 2 pieces of glass, so we could film it twice. So he threw that garden gnome through there twice. And on the second time, he's about to come through, and there's the biggest jagged piece aiming right towards his testicles, man. And we yelled stop, and his leg was halfway over it. You could just see this biggest jag of glass. He would have been castrated that day if we weren't careful.
You better. I hope you would keep filming.
Oh, I would keep.
Okay,
that's what I say, yeah.
Instead of if I die, film it. It's if I castrate, film it.
Yeah. Now that filming that scene was early on in the movie process, and I don't know if Bill remembers, but there was 2 kids next door at a fence, standing at the top of the fence, looking over the fence, watching us do this scene, and they're really young. And but I was talking to Gabe and everybody sitting there, and I go, "Is this as good as I think it is? This is like feeling really, really good." And he goes, "Yeah, it's pretty unnerving and stuff." So that's kind of when we started building that. You know, I think we're on to something really good.
Sweet.
Bill is, and I want to get to other people too, but I just want to ask Bill, how has this role changed, or has it changed how you do other roles?
Oh yeah, it was very freeing because all the things that I love to do and all the things I'm afraid to do, Billy / let me and made me do. So it's very liberating, and I'm much more inclined now to drool. Or to ask, do you mind if I drool? And rarely do directors say no. They usually say, yeah, I'd really love some drool. Let it go.
Nice.
So yeah, no, really, seriously, it's been very
That's awesome.
liberating. It was a great extreme horror role, and it's led me to do a couple of other extreme horror pictures. And I'm really glad for the experience. It was not at all, the role was like not at all what I thought it was going to be. And Billy expanded my limitations, and I'm grateful to him.
Sweet. I want to ask Rusty and Ryan, as far as your roles as some of these twisted freaking clowns, how were you doing this?
Well, it's pretty much me without a conscience, Mr. Blister is. That's what I say. And it's like Billy has said, he takes the personalities of the actors, and especially us clowns, and just cranks them up to 100. So that's it makes it easier for us. And it's been it's kind of cathartic to be Mr. Blister and be an asshole and say whatever comes to mind. So it's great.
Is it okay to talk about the dread thing, Billy?
Yeah.
So the rest of you in the PSA, that's kind of out of the bag too, or?
We got it. They actually talked. They said if I yanked the Love Boat stuff, Bill, you don't even know this, but they're worried. They said it was a little bit too pushing it, and but I talked them into getting rid of the Love Boat, and now they're supposed to be airing just the other one really soon.
Okay, cool.
It
Ryan,
was so mild.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah, I saw too. Well, you and me, Bill. It is mild.
It was super
like
mild.
Kangaroo.
Yeah.
Yes, Pee Wee's Playhouse.
Mr. Muse could have done that.
For Ryan, you were in Dollboy and in Circus of the Dead. Is it safe to assume you're going to be in some future stuff with Billy as well, like Cowboys from Hell? And
I hope so.
Good.
We'll see whatever Billy wants.
Well, now here's the thing about Ryan, you guys, is he played in the original fake trailer we did in 2007, right. Circus of the Dead. Mm-hmm. And he was the only clown that I really liked that we filmed. Mike was in it too. We just changed little Mike Jumbo, but we just changed his costume up. So Ryan's been from the beginning. But what you guys don't realize is that he's made the penis talk in this PSA we did with Bill, because Ryan does all the special effects CGI stuff too. So Ryan actually had a big hand in that too. Now, to answer the question for Ryan, is he'll only be into something that he won't get in too much trouble with his wife, because I doubt he's going to want to be in Mr. Fister at all.
Happy wife, happy life.
Won't do that one.
And Parrish, this role for you, how did it tap into some of your inner fears or inner?
I love the story. I love the
me,
story, Parrish, about you getting it the last second.
So what now?
I love the story about you getting it on the airplane, getting the role on the airplane.
Yeah. I didn't expect the role. I wanted it, and but really, what it did for me was up to that point, I was playing like bad guys in all these independent feature films, and you know, it gave me a chance to play, you know, the average guy, and it gave me a chance to play emotions, real emotions are raw. And I was excited for that. And the irony is, I think Bill said, since, you know, Popcorn, he had the chance to play, you know, a couple of, you know, bad villainous guys similar to that. For the first time after Circus, I was being offered and just finished a film where, again, I'm playing this more emotional stuff, okay? So it's kind of like they see you do one thing, for, you know, filmmakers for a long time, and you're playing a bad guy or a villain, and then they see you do something else, and they realize you can with their emotions or whatever, and they say, hey, he can do that. So you find that suddenly you're riding that tide. And I like playing the average guy. I like playing that guy who loves his kids, who fights for, who kind of like goes through the average emotions. And so for me, it was a chance to tap into some raw, real emotion and put that to use in front of the camera. And I'd never had the chance to do it before. And that's thanks to Billy's writing. I think it was genius to sort of flip the script. You've always had the female in jeopardy the whole film. And in this movie, you had the father, the male character. And it's not something you see often in horror films.
Correct.
Well, I had two big questions, and yes, Jerry, I'm going to touch on the penis in just a second.
Jerry.
But I had, before we go into the penis talk, because everybody wants to hear about it.
Rusty's like, "What'd you say?" Excuse me.
Well, darn it! I started thinking about penis and forgot the question. Gosh, dog it.
Well, let's go on record, and because Parrish has been getting hell lately because of this whole thing, he wants to come out and say publicly that he is not the Tiger King.
I have gotten, seriously, I have gotten probably about 200 private messages, and I don't know how many comments, you know.
Oh, man.
People saying, God, when you do a feature film, you got to play Tiger King. And you know, I'm one of those, I guess I'm like the only person in the whole US of A who hadn't watched this Netflix series. And so I called Billy. I'm like, what is this Tiger King thing, you know? And anyway, I pulled it up and I Googled it, and haven't watched it yet. But hey, I'd play that. I would. I wish they would cast me. Hey, I'm an actor.
CW Penny was asking down in the comments, Parrish. He said, what was the one scene that disturbed you the most in Circus of the Dead? If you could pinpoint one scene.
If I could pinpoint one scene that you know disturbed me, and you know, you have the script and you prepare for it, and you know you know what's coming, but what really disturbed me more than anything was actually Ryan's scene with the baby when we were shooting it, the prosthetic baby. Okay? He's ripped this baby, or the clowns have, from the woman's womb, and Ryan is his character sitting there. Ryan, you remember, in the alleyway, and he's just kind of like playing with this baby like it's a toy, and then he gets bored with it and just throws it down. Okay, and I'm thinking to myself, holy fuck, what kind of movie are we making? God, you know. And but the irony is, when you watch it with an audience, it comes off differently as, say, what it did when we were actually shooting it. It comes off as dark humor. It's funny. I actually found myself laughing with an audience. And then I feel guilty for laughing. So yeah, it would be the baby, that prosthetic baby.
Gotcha. There you go, CW. All right, Billy. Let's talk about Clegg.
Clegg's a good dude. He's one of the artists that we've got a lot of artists that's done a lot of things for us, but he's been one of the biggest fans that we had as far as Circus, and we love his stuff. He's just a good dude, so I would do anything in the world for that guy. So maybe we'll work on a project or something down the road together.
Yeah, we have that one. I didn't know if you.
Which one?
I won't say it. It's all good. Anyway, moving on.
Now, I would ask Ryan about that baby thing. That goes back to what I was saying is the scene really wasn't that intense, but when I saw Ryan so uncomfortable, I said, let's push this as much as it can. And we got outtakes I had Bill, Rusty, everybody come up and did something different to the baby. I don't know if you remember that, Bill, right? You said it's not in their cards, kids. You brought the cards up, said it's not in their cards, kids. And but I just kept pushing that because of Ryan, because if you know Ryan, he's such a good dude. So I just wanted to see how much we could make the dude squirm out there and stuff. And that's the same thing in Doll Boy, where we're shooting Lee Ankram's little girl in the van screaming, and Ron was about to, start crying. And I said, hold character. I said, slam the damn door, wave and slam the door. And he did it. But that stuff really upsets Ryan because he's not made for this world. He's a sensitive, sweet person.
That's awesome.
No, I'm not.
That was Chanel that called. She's trying to get logged in, just so y'all know. She had to get a new laptop because hers crashed.
You can block her. That'd be cool.
So I remembered my other question talking to her was, why did the clowns specifically pick out this dad, wife, and kids in the group?
He just had that look like he just wasn't paying attention to his family. He was there, but he wasn't enjoying the moment. He was caught up somewhere else in his head.
And Parrish, you talked more about that?
Yeah, Donald, he was a guy who had everything. I mean, he just didn't seem to realize it until it was gone. And, he had the wife, he had the two kids, and I think the character of Papa Corn recognized, here's a guy who does have everything that any man could want. Beautiful wife, two lovely kids, and Donald is detached. He's miserable. He wishes he were in a larger metropolitan area pursuing some of the dream, and he's not connecting to, again, the blessings he has. So Papa Corn swoops in with his band of merry clowns and shows him just, what he's been taking for granted. And it's a very dark version of It's a Wonderful Life. I mean, Bill's character, Papa Corn, like Donald's Clarence, okay? Clarence was to Jimmy Stewart what Papa Corn was to Donald. Or at least that's the way I looked at it, And, I think, and really I think there's realism in that. And that's what I think, I think, Sam, you and I were speaking earlier, any good film starts with the writing, the screenplay. And Billy writes from a place of reality, and there are so many people around the globe that do take for granted the good things they have, because there's always that bigger, better thing. Any of us can think, well, God, I have this, but I wish I had that, And sometimes we get caught up in that. Sometimes we spend too much time longing for what we don't have instead of focusing on and embracing and being thankful for what we do have. Absolutely. And Donald was one of those guys. Don came along and unfortunately though ran into Papa Corn, and Papa Corn basically illustrated for him in a very violent way, and in ways that he couldn't have ever imagined Donald could. Just what he was taking for granted and how quickly it could be taken away.
Nice. So I know everybody wants to hear the penis stories, because if everybody enjoys them like I do. So at the convention, there's this prosthetic penis that Bill got the enjoyment of wearing, I believe.
That's right.
And it's quite the conversation piece. And anybody want to elaborate on the penis story?
Go ahead, Bill. Tell us about the penis. How that was all.
Well, the penis has had a long and storied history, but the most up-to-date chapter, which fans will soon be able to see, I think, from what Billy's saying.
Yes.
Billy created a hand-washing PSA, which we need right now, along with Rusty. And so Billy sent me the script, and he said, I have Papa Corn's penis, only his penis, appearing with Rusty. Would you be willing to do the voice? And it was so much fun.
That's awesome.
Much fun, because I had to think about how would a penis speak, and what would a penis's attitude toward life be like. When a penis wakes up in the morning, what would it think independently of you? So, I gave a great deal of thought to this. came up with a voice for the penis, and I saw the finished piece, and I was as happy with that as anything I've ever done in my life. And I thought, yes, that is exactly how a penis would sound. And then to find out that Ryan made the penis talk as well. Yeah,
it was beautiful.
And that's the same animated penis you'll see in that PSA with Rusty as Mr. Blister is the same penis that appeared as Papa Corn's penis in a supporting role, literally, in Circus of the Dead.
And the underwear is going to make it in that PSA.
You know what's funny about the underwear? I made Rusty wear underwear. Is I bought him some booty shorts. But the booty shorts I forgot at home that day because every time I go shoot something, I always forget something, and I forgot that. But luckily, when we did the store short, is I made up 2 fake pair of dirty underwear, and that was the spare ones that never got wore. So somehow I convinced Rusty to wear them that day, and we did that. It just made it more special with somebody in their underwear because why would you get dressed up? You're in the bathroom washing your hands.
Exactly.
I think that's the origin of the coronavirus right there.
I need to intervene here and comment that most women have to worry about their partners coming home with someone else's underwear in their bag, and mine's the only one who comes home with somebody else's whitey tighties in his bag.
Hi, Mariah.
Was that Mariah or Rusty's penis talking? I didn't know.
Every man should talk with his penis every now and then.
Rusty, since you're the last one to have the makeup on, how hard is that makeup to get on and off?
I can do it in about 45 minutes or so, get it on and get it going. So I did it. I started doing it when I was working the door at the haunted attraction and learned how to do it myself. Because before that, Esau was and Charles did the makeup during the movie, and Esau taught me how to do it so I could work the door at the haunt and abuse customers. So it was great.
And may I say that I really hope that PSA starts airing soon. When fans see it, guys, Rusty's facial expressions, they are what sell it, because Mr. Blister, he doesn't care. And that's what makes him so great, is that Mr. Blister just doesn't care about anything. There's nothing that he cares about. That cigarette
hanging out.
It's great.
Perfect.
So this virus going around has helped start a whole new leg of this penis story.
Well, you know what's funny about that is that in the original script that Bill never saw is that he had big, long conversations with his penis and it talking back. And I think that's what we're going to bring back in part 2. Now, it probably won't be CGI talking, but it will be him talking to it and him using that puppet voice to talk to women and stuff. So I think that would be a very interesting thing.
Billy, I think that's interesting because I think that the key to Papa Corn's character is that for him, everything is intercourse, not just physical intercourse.
Right, you're right.
Everything is everything. Every emotional and social interaction with him is penetration. He's a very invasive character. That's the key to him, I think.
I agree 100%. That sounds great.
All right, guys, I do have to interrupt for a moment, if I may, please. Chanel did get in, and we can only have 6 people on screen. And in order for me to speak with you, I had to drop Lance and Sam down.
Well, you can drop me out. Let these guys.
You can drop me
or me, whatever.
Me.
So glad you guys wanted to be on the show.
Well, no. I'm just always on here and always running my mouth. Let these guys do some talking for a little bit. Put me down in the lobby. If y'all need something, just hit me back.
All right, that'll work.
Do it.
Give me one moment.
Where's she? There's us again.
Where's Chanel? We're waiting.
Uh-oh.
There she's coming. She's coming.
There she is.
Chanel, you got it working. Yay. Can we hear you?
Sound check. Can you say something?
Hey.
We can't hear her, Joe.
You have to unmute your mic.
Yeah, she doesn't have the little mute thing on.
It's like I can hear her a little bit.
No. While Joe works with Chanel to get it fixed, the penis now has a smiley face on it. How did that come about?
Well, the one man who could tell us.
Well, actually, Billy, it came from Billy. Billy and Lee, they wrote that screenplay, and it wasn't in the screenplay, but I know that as Matt Ash and Marcus Cook, or I hope I say that name correctly, Marcus. I say Marcus Cook, Marcus Scott. Y'all know who I'm talking about, right? And as they created this, Billy was actually giving them instructions, on certain details he wanted on the penis. So, yeah, it came from Billy, the mind of Billy.
A lot of you people listening probably do your own effects, and try just overnight on the fly sculpting a body part that looks as good as that does. Marcus Scott pulled that out of the box, and I thought he must have had a mold. It looked so good. He's caught you very good.
It is disturbingly real when you look at it up close. It's flexible, it's pliable, it's hairy, it's all the things that they are supposed to be.
You're killing me.
I came on screen. Are you describing me?
Well,
Yes, Joe.
Yeah,
Yes,
no.
Joe.
I'm
You're
flexible.
killing me.
I'm hairy.
You are.
You're pliable, aren't you?
We can't hear Chanel.
I know. That's why I came up here so she can hear me.
Okay.
That's the only way she can actually hear me. What I'm
Okay.
going to suggest is back all the way back out again and then try to enter. You may have hit the camera permission, but not the microphone permission. That's the only other thing I could think of. Sorry, guys. I mean, granted, this is live. It's real
Stuff
time.
happens.
But
Awesome.
I'm going to see if she can do that. I'm going to bring Billy back up until we find out.
All right.
Can he talk to her in the lobby?
No.
No.
Hi, Billy. You're back.
Hey, I have a question for Billy Pond.
Yes, sir.
I got Billy Pond as a fan of.
Hey, Billy, they were asking about the smiley face on the penis.
Oh, he's going to
I want
delay.
to
Parrish
ask
is
you,
delaying.
Billy, about future distribution plans for the movie, where it's going, how it will be seen, and what's in store for Circus of the Dead.
Well, that's funny you asked, Bill. You actually didn't even know this, but I had a conference call 2 days ago, and they said that everything's on track, and it looks like it's going to be out on VOD re-release and a new Blu-ray re-release by Dreaded / Epic Pictures in July.
Excellent.
Yes.
That's it. Yeah.
So it's going to make another round. Yes.
It's they're hopefully they're going to give it the love that it needed to get. It should have got from the first of it. I'm glad I stuck to my guns because I think these people are going to do it right. And if they give it, any kind of chances, what Terrifier has or Turbo Kid, it's just I'm proud to be in their stable of movies. So
excellent.
All right. I'm going to try to bring her back up again. Billy, do you mind if I drop you down again?
Yeah, get me out of here.
Sound check.
Hi,
Hello,
Chanel.
boys.
There she is.
Hey,
Yeah, it works.
Hey, Chanel.
Awesome.
what did I miss?
Not much.
We've been talking about penises.
Yeah, I
You
heard
came in,
that.
yeah.
Apparently, I got in just at the right time.
There you go.
You did. How are you doing, Chanel?
I'm good. How are you guys? It's weird that I'm trying to. Oh, there we go. Turn it sideways so I can see you a little better.
Awesome.
So
Hello.
Chanel's in a beautiful room in her house.
Yes, I am. I'm at home, and my cat is sleeping down by the fire, and there's my dog right there.
Awesome.
I don't know if you guys could see that. I'm not the best at the video.
So we had touched on how did this role change everybody's perspective and roles in life. Do you want an opportunity to answer that?
Sure. I think I'm trying to think. Before this, I'd done a couple horror films, but more comedy horrors. And this was the first really unapologetically brutal and gory horror film I've ever done. I was pleasantly surprised when I did Texas Frightmare. I didn't really know what to expect, and I gotta say the horror fans are the absolute best. And I
Agreed.
wasn't prepared for how warm and how just warm and inviting everyone is, if that makes any sense. Like everyone really just welcomed me. So I feel like it's changed my life for the better. It's given me
a whole new perspective on the horror industry and the reason why people watch horror films, the whole psychology behind them. So thank you, Billy Pond, for initiating me into this crazy world.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Great answer.
Yeah, we talked to Billy about his twisted mind and how it works, sure. And I can't imagine being in his head.
Well, and I got to say too, before I did this film, I had this perception that people that make horror films and people in the horror industry are all twisted and weird. And I'm not saying that they're not, because some of them are, but in a good way. But I feel like it's an outlet to be creative and deal with the things that scare you and sort of go places that you would never get to go otherwise. And it's pretty cool.
I just realized something. The scene that Sam had the hardest time with this kind of put the movie on pause for her was when Bill was looking through the window when you were having your tryst. And what I'm wondering now is I'm seeing all five of y'all on the screen at the same time. Was it movie magic, or were you all actually in the same room? Was everybody in the same? Well, Parrish wasn't, but was everybody bunched up in that room together?
It was in the same house.
Same house? Yeah. Okay.
We were waiting in the living room and listening to all the wonderful sounds coming from there. So.
Wow.
Yeah, and then Bill was lurking outside the window, doing what popcorn does. Yeah, honestly, I thought I always joke around that Billy's not old enough to do a sex scene. We were filming that, and I sort of thought, okay, we're just rehearsing it, and then all of a sudden we were done, and I was like, oh, okay. So yeah, the whole thing was it's always difficult. And Roger, so how Roger came about getting cast as TC as well, people might not know this. Roger is a good friend of mine. We did another film called Bad Kids Go to Hell together.
Oh, wow.
And when I was reading the script, I said, hey, Billy, who's playing TC? I have a friend that would be great for it. And other actors out there who are listening to this, it's not necessarily a good idea to refer your friend for a sex scene that you're with, because I felt like it made it even more difficult instead of easier. I was like, wow, this is awkward.
Y'all were very intimate. You were. One of the comments that came up was how the horror family is such a unique group of people. And I say this often, is for such a dark group of people that can just dig in so deep. They're the most loving, kind, charitable people we've ever had the pleasure of having in our lives. And I'm so grateful to all of you.
I agree with that as well. Yeah, I feel really, really thankful. It's funny too, because before doing Circus of the Dead, I have been offered roles in a bunch of other horror films, and I had turned them down for various reasons. And now I wish I hadn't, now that I know what a great community it is. So now I'm excited, and I accept all these other roles when they come my way, because truthfully, horror films are the most fun to shoot as well. You get to live in this crazy world that hopefully you never experience otherwise, and they're just fun to shoot. Like in between takes, we're laughing and joking usually. So yeah,
it's fun to watch the documentaries or the making of horror movies. Have y'all are doing a documentary on the Circus of the Dead right now, correct?
Yes. Oh, I see you guys. I don't mean to cut you off. I see Jerry. Jerry is putting a message. Hi, Jerry. I see you made it. Anyway,
Jerry.
Continue.
Jerry's been
Jerry
from the get-go. Jerry's a huge fan, great supporter.
I was texting with him earlier, and I said, Jerry, tell me you're going to be there. So, and here he is.
If I could interject, though, we're talking about horror fans, and obviously, with this new life that Circus of the Dead is about to get, thanks to Dread Central. And that is, again, thanks to Billy and, his perseverance. But it is overall, and most importantly, thanks to the horror fans. Okay. They have kept Circus of the Dead alive. The film was completed, and it had its first screening back in 2014. And Circus is the little film that the fans have kept alive. So
Yeah.
this new life that, on Blu-ray and such, and VOD that Dread is giving it, oh my God, it's thanks to the horror fans. And those of us who work in these films, the fans are number one. And as Chanel and Bill agree, I mean, the horror fans are super loyal. They are the best. And I don't think if you're an actor in any other genre that you get the kind of love and support that we get. And we're very fortunate.
I agree with that for sure.
We have we've been to the Cult Classic Convention 3 times, and I was, horror has always been my go-to. It's I'm a movie nut, but I'm a horror first and foremost. And going to those conventions is very intimidating to meet some of these people. And when you talk to someone, like we picked Bill up at the airport for this last show, right out of the gate, just talk to us like he'd known us for 100 years, and then you meet Billy, and I was intimidated to meet Billy because I put Billy on such a high pedestal, and then Billy just was like, "Dude, I'm just a dude, I'm just a guy, and talking to all you guys just like regular folk, and y'all are regular folk, y'all are just like us, and y'all are probably fans first before y'all even thought about being actors, and we appreciate you guys as much as y'all appreciate us. I hope y'all know that. I can't talk Circus of the Dead up enough. Thank you. I'm in person, online. I can't get it out there enough. And I got all emotional when I got back, talked to Billy, and Bill was like, "Shut up." And, it was a great, the weekend flew by. I wish I could have had, 5 hours of one-on-one with everybody, but it's just, we were helping out, and the weekend just evaporated. And you all were just, the love y'all got I love seeing that. I love standing back. It was about Tamara Glenn and just watching y'all from her table. And it was just, it was beautiful to watch. Just so beautiful. We appreciate the fans who support the film Circus and the other films that we've been lucky and fortunate enough to be a part of. And, but we also appreciate Lance, you and Sam there for the love and support you give us, because you guys are cool as shit. I'm gonna tell you. Thanks,
you guys, from the first time I met you, Lance, man, it was an honor for me to meet you. Then I met your lovely wife there, and equally an honor. And we don't get the exposure, obviously, that in the independent horror film world, we don't get the exposure that the major studios can afford you. Okay, the films don't get that exposure. Because they have, studio films have the huge ad campaigns, but it's guys like you that give us that exposure, okay? And when you combine that with folks like the two of you who are true and sincere and genuine that we can call friend, it makes it the perfect storm. You two are the perfect storm. You're friends to us, and you're friends to the genre, and we appreciate you guys.
I can't say enough about what Billy did, bringing you all together. I think the absolute perfect cast, because I can't see another Rusty anybody being Mr. Blister. I can't see it. And then Ryan does what he does, but just everybody just on that screen. Billy made the perfect movie to me, because when you watch it, I don't see an independent movie. I have a big TV, granted, but it looks beautiful up there on that screen. It does not. People go independent film, it's going to look cheesy. Circus of the Dead does not look cheesy in any aspect. It looks like a big studio movie to me.
It was a lot of Gabe, was the cinematographer, and he did a great job with.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he did.
Absolutely.
I have not talked to Bill about this, and I hope I don't overstep, but one of the questions I had was with horror genre, and we have religious friends, and how the two worlds sometimes don't meet. Can you share how your worlds work together?
Oh yeah, absolutely. For me, all you have to do is read the story of Jesus and the demoniac Gerasene, which comes after a really rough day that he's had, and he walks on water, and his cousin has died, and things are dark already. And then from out of the tombs comes running this man who has habitually lived in the tombs, and he has chains that he breaks because no one can hold him down. And he goes up to Jesus, and Jesus says, "What is your name?" And he says, "My name is Legion." That's horror. That's horror. And it's in the Old Testament too. Abraham is described as a great horror passed over him. So there's a lot of spiritual and emotional darkness which is spread throughout the Bible. It leads to light. And I believe that our delvings into darkness cinematically can also lead to light. You can't pretend that this world is composed only of light. You have to have the contrast. For me, to stand in the shadow of the cross is to stand in the shadow of the horror of man's cruelty to one another. That is a horror, and it's very, very real. And unless I accept that, I can't get to the light. So I don't have much patience for people who say, "Oh, you should only do movies that deal with sweetness and light if you are a person of faith," because that's not the world.
Right. And I think some other people touched on that you're able in this art is to face the darkness in a non-threatening way and embrace it.
Well, death.
Yeah.
Death is the white elephant in this room of light. It's death, Chanel, you know? And we face it. In this genre, we face it continually. And I think that's why horror people are so kind and so chill, because we face death all the time. And we say to death, "You'll get me one day, but today ain't that day."
Today's not your day.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Not
Awesome.
today.
Look at what
Dad.
we're going through right now. Look at what we're going through right now with, this pandemic. I mean, as Bill said, the world is and has always been, back to the Bible. I'm not an overly religious guy, but, I believe. And it is about life being full of challenges. It's good versus evil. And the pandemic right now, that's an evil in our world that has driven us all into seclusion just about. And it's, again, that's an evil that we're battling. And horror films reflect that. And they reflect good versus evil and the challenges that we face specific to that in a very kind of vicarious way. You're able to experience, the emotion like a roller coaster. Okay, you get on that roller coaster ride and you scream and you're scared, and when it's over, you laugh and say, "Let's do it again." Horror films are safe, and they're a way to sort of release, all right, and experience all of the things that scare the hell out of us in the world. Okay, I know a lot of religious people, super religious people, who enjoy horror films. Or anybody who says, like Bill said, that horror films are somehow an evil influence on anyone. I don't know. I think if you watch a horror film and you watch a horror film and go out and do something bad and say, "Well, the horror film made me do it," hey, you already had a loose root to begin with. Okay.
Exactly.
Most people simply watch horror films to be entertained, and part of that entertainment is to experience what has existed since the beginning of mankind, which is good versus evil.
Right.
Well,
We see a
it's
lot
also
too.
really fun to be scared in a
Yeah.
In a safe way, yeah, in a safe place.
That's her two biggest things. We go see a movie, a horror movie. She'll say, "I hope it scares me," and then when we leave, she'll say, "That wasn't scary." Circus of the Dead jacked her up. That got her.
Got me.
Got
When
her.
my wife and I were dating many years ago, we used to go see all the Friday the 13th movies as soon as they came out. I mean, we'd be there at the theater on a Friday night. And none of them really terrified her like the first one when Betsy Palmer played Miss Voorhees. And I don't know, I made a joke over the years when we were younger that one day I'm going to introduce you to Betsy Palmer. I had no idea I would ever get to meet Betsy, and the late Betsy Palmer. And I said, I'm going to have her say, "Kill her, Mommy," to you. And my wife would squeal and say, "No, I'll kill you." And sure enough, on 3 occasions, I met Betsy, and we became friends, spoke over the phone. But the first time I met her, I said, "Come here, would you do me a favor? Would you walk up behind my wife and just say, 'Kill her, Mommy'?" And she did, and my wife screamed like she was about to shit down both legs.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
And then she laughed. She loved it because you see, the thing is, like, some people like scared. You jump, you scream, and then you laugh about it. Nobody's.
I think I know the answer, Parrish, but what about everybody else? What's your favorite scary movie, Rusty?
The daily news briefings, I guess.
Right?
No, probably Jaws, probably, I would say, or the first Aliens or something like that.
But what about you, Ryan?
Pumpkinhead.
Oh, wow. Nice. Damon, if you heard that.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Bill?
Exorcist, because equally matched good and evil, and at the end, we don't know who won.
Rest in peace, Max von Sydow. He was in that. Chanel? Is she frozen? Chanel.
She's frozen.
Okay, Parrish, I know yours. Do I know yours, Parrish? Texas Chainsaw
Well, you
Massacre?
probably know. That's certainly. I have two favorites: Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Rest in Peace, Maryland. My dear, I love Maryland, still do, and as well Psycho.
Oh, awesome!
Alfred Hitchcock, Psycho,
The original.
and I love Psycho, the original, because it opened the door. When Hitchcock made Psycho, he kicked the door open.
Sure did.
For the genre of films that we're still enjoying today. Okay, up to that point, it had been creature features and things like that. Suddenly, we had the guy with the knife, who's very real, who could live next door, and he looked normal. He didn't look like an evil guy. So that was the first film that illustrated for audiences that you never really know that person. Okay, that you meet in passing. They can look normal. They don't have to look like the villain. They can seem and come off like they're a good guy or gal. But then you take a shower and 10 minutes later they're stabbing you to death. So Psycho was that kind of film. And look at the films we're still seeing.
What about
They're all
Chanel? We never got
you know,
we're not Chanel's answer. If she's back, she keep freezing up.
She moved. Now she's frozen.
But it's a pretty big.
It's a good freeze, though. It's a good.
Good freeze.
Chanel.
While we're waiting on Chanel to come back, can each of you talk about where we can find you, where people can follow you? What are you working on?
Yeah, we're not into that yet. It's good to have power. What I want to do is bring Billy back up, actually, and I want to have everybody on screen. And one thing, a theme we were kind of doing throughout this whole con was if each of you could explain one of the coolest moments you've ever had on a set. So let me bring Billy up, and you guys can go in whatever order you would like.
Am I back or no?
You're back. I see you. You're frozen. Kind of, yeah. You're slow motion moving.
The best moment I've had in production ever is when Chanel keeps freezing, and that's the best time I've ever had in film. All right, let's start it off. Start it off, Bill. The best time you've ever had in anything, like doing a movie.
Me?
Yeah, do it. Yeah, yes, sir.
Well, I was telling Robert Loggia that he was going to hell. I was a demon, and I was in the cave, and Loggia, God rest him, was playing St. Peter. And this is for a faith-based movie, and I was the devil, of course. And so we're doing this scene, and Robert Loggia, toward the end of his life, like many of us toward the end of his life, was having some mental issues. He was using cue cards by that time. And there was a little bit of confusion off camera, but on camera, he could win an Oscar. So I asked him at lunch, I said, how do you do this? What is your relationship with the camera? And he said, go get me a sandwich. So I hustled my ass off to get him a sandwich, brought it back. He didn't like the sandwich. So I got him another one. And he ate the entire sandwich. And I thought, he's forgotten my question. And so he gets up. I said, thanks for the sandwich. He starts to walk away. And then this big hulking movie star, Robert Loggia, turns around, looks back at me and says, oh, the camera, it's your father confessor. You got to tell it everything. Then you'll be all right. And he walks away. And I never, ever forgot it. The camera is your confessor, and you have to tell it everything. You can't hide from it. It's the best advice I ever got, and one of the coolest moments I ever had on a set.
Awesome. Parrish, what about you, buddy?
Actually, my favorite role was Don for you, but my favorite moment on any film set was I ended up getting a small role as a mad bomber in this NBC series called LAX way back in 2003. And this is superficial, stupid, whatever, but listen, I ended up having a scene with Heather Locklear. And I grew up with Heather Locklear's poster above my bed. So when she walked in and they introduced me to her, and these blue eyes, and I never wanted to get tongue-tied, but I wanted to say to her, it's such a pleasure to meet you, Miss Locklear. I'm thrilled to be here. I admire your work. I wanted to be cool and professional. Instead, I'm babbling like an idiot because I'm looking at those blue eyes and I'm lost. And she says, "Well, I'm happy to work with you, Parrish." And she said, and I'm glad you're here. And I said, instead of saying yes, ma'am, I said yes, sir. And and then I realized I was sir. And but she came back and she laughed and she said, "That's okay." She said, "You can call me sir." She said, "I like being the boss." She said, "I got balls." And I'm like, holy shit, Heather Locklear, So anyway, that's my Heather Locklear moment, and that's kind of like, that just stays in my mind.
All right, Rusty, it's you. You can say in your underwear the other day filming that PSA if you want.
Yeah, that was the height of my life, I think. No, I haven't done a lot of things, so it's a small sample size, but trying not to embarrass myself next to Bill Oberst Jr. was a nice experience, and he's a great guy. It was a lot of fun to work with. Hopefully, we get to do some more.
All right, Ryan, you're up, brother.
I would say on top of the parking structure.
Wait, what?
Cutting off on top of the parking structure.
I thought you were going to go somewhere else with that story.
No. Cutting off Patrick Ryan's tongue that first night, I think it was. And it was I was like, the reason I did Circus of the Dead was just because I've always wanted to be in a horror movie just one time. And that was like real, and I thought it was cool. So, yeah.
Well, Chanel dropped out. I'm not sure if it was an internet connection. She has not come back as of yet. We are going to be wrapping things up. I would like to ask each of you to tell us where we can find you. Okay, go ahead. Sorry, Parrish.
Yeah, I just want to throw one thing in. This was not an on-set experience. My favorite book. I'm a big fan of classic films, genre films, film noir from the 40s. John Garfield's one of my favorite actors. Something he said often, in interviews, he said that life is the rehearsal and that reality is the performance on the set in front of the camera. And Billy was asking favorite on-set experience. Well, that wasn't an experience, obviously, I had directly with this classic great actor. I just wanted to say that, to impart that, and that is true. And I think, Bill, you'll agree with me. Life is what prepares you to go out in front of the camera and bring things to life. And so that was an on-set experience for, ironically, Robert Blake. Robert Blake was playing John Garfield's son in a 1940s film. And Robert Blake actually imported that. And anyway, I know that's way off track, but these are the things that I love about Hollywood history.
Absolutely. Well, Chanel just popped back in, so I'm going to bring her back up and let her answer that question. And once she is done, if each of you can go around and tell everybody where they can find you on social media, and then I'm going to be ending the broadcast. I apologize. Usually it doesn't work this way. We don't usually have this many people, but I can only have 6 people on screen at once. So
after she tells her story, I'll wrap them up, Joe.
All right. I appreciate everybody here, and thank you again for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Oh, great. Chanel's back.
Am I back?
Everybody welcome Chanel. Chanel, tell us your best experience on any movie set. It doesn't have to be Circus of the Dead, just any set that's
You're
done
like, it
something
doesn't have
magical
to be,
to you.
but it better be.
No, I don't think you had any positive experiences on Circus of the Dead set, but
That's not true. No, you know what question I actually want to answer is the one before. You're asking about horror films. I never got to answer that one.
okay, answer that one.
Don't laugh at me, but the original Wrong Turn. That's my worst nightmare. I know, but it's my. So I remember watching it. I was on a plane going back to the East Coast with my sister. And I generally don't be scared. And I was trapped on the plane with her and we're watching it. And the way my mind works, is, especially, growing up was way out in the country. And when I would go out for walks, we weren't allowed to go too far because there was some questionable people living out there. And so that's how my mind works. I'm like, this could really happen. So that film really messed me up. And I know everyone, there you go.
No, it's not a bad movie. Okay, Chanel, tell us now, before you freeze up again, where everybody can find you and contact you and send you inappropriate pictures.
Exactly. Well, thank you for that one. Yeah, because now I'm sure I'm going to get a flurry of them. My favorite is Instagram. I love looking at everyone. Instagram, I'm the real Chanel Ryan. And for those of you that don't know, I also have a vintage. So follow me. It's called The Stylish Hoarder. Just at The Stylish Hoarder on Instagram. I'm on Facebook. Someone hacked into my Twitter, so you can't find me there right now. Is that it?
That's it. And you can find me on Instagram under the fake Chanel Ryan. Okay, let's go ahead and go. Ryan, you tell us where they can find you, buddy.
And please feel free to send all your inappropriate pictures to that account.
Yes, please.
I'm just on Facebook, that's all.
What are you under? Doopity doo?
Yeah.
Noodle Dome, what are you under, buddy?
I have no idea. So
well, you need to get on this stuff. You got hundreds of fans out there. I know you don't see them at the conventions.
I have like 2 fans, man.
Jeremy and who's that other guy that's been writing lately? He loves you. He says you're the best clown, hands down.
I mean, he's not wrong. So.
Yeah. Rusty, where can they find you, Rusty, other than stuck at your house forever now?
Well, I'm on Facebook, and there's also you. Mr. Blister has a Facebook too. You find all the bullshit I post there. So, but I'm Facebook. Come, we'll have fun on Mr. Blister. We'll make inappropriate things.
All right, Parrish, tell us where you're at, buddy. Is it Instagram /Tiger King?
Yeah, that's it. TigerKing.com. Yeah, never mind. Anyway, no, just Facebook, man. Hit me up through Facebook and private message me, leave me comments, whatever. And I love it. I love to talk to people about the film genre, horror films, So, yeah, Facebook, Parrish Randall.
All right, Bill, you're up. But I also want you to, Bill, to mention your Gothic Night series, too, because I've been enjoying that a lot.
Thank you, because that's all I really want people to do. I'm trapped in the house too, guys. And to keep myself from going crazy, I've got a new podcast, and I'm reading these Gothic fiction. And I know you're like, oh, Gothic fiction. But give me a chance and take me to bed with you, okay? That's all I'm asking. Just take me to bed and give me a damn chance. The podcasts are short. They're like 20 minutes long. And there's this really cool feature, which nobody has used yet, where you can go to a link, which is right there, and you can record a message and say, hey, I really love the podcast, or I hated it, or whatever. And I could play that back in the podcast. So I want you to listen to my damn podcast.
It's really good. Yeah, it's really good.
Good night.
Bill says, take me to bed or lose me forever.
That's right. Give me a chance.
All right, Lance, where can we not find you? I'm not.
Where can we find you, Billy? Everybody knows where to find us.
Yeah, they already know me, man. They could just look up on the NAMBLA headquarters thing under contact, and I'll be there.
Gotcha.
Probably.
This guy here.
You're too
So
much.
there's this adult bookstore out on I-45, and yeah, you can find them there in the peep show thing.
Yeah.
Just, you'll look down if you go in the little cubicle after him.
I'll be hanging out with the Tiger King.
Hell yeah. So real quick, one more time. Dread Central's got you now, right?
Yeah, they got me, and they're saying things are gonna hit about it in July.
Okay.
So hopefully we'll have a whole re-release and stuff. So if you want to buy my DVDs and Blu-rays, it might be the time to do that because those might cease after they start selling theirs.
Well, leave it to Sam and Lance to skip over Parrish. Where can we find you?
Well,
Oh, he
I'm
did.
sorry.
Parrish said so.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, did he? Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Parrish Randall, I'm good. Absolutely.
Yeah, sucker.
Mhm.
Way to go, Joe. Blame Joe.
And this, ladies and gentlemen, is why I take control over the show. No, I'm kidding. I'm going to bring Sam and Lance back up to say goodbye. And Ryan's still down there. I don't know how to juggle everybody at once, but we are at time. So let me get.
Thanks again, guys, for everything.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Really love you guys.
We love
Look
y'all.
forward to seeing you in your futures.
We'll get y'all on
Thank
the
you,
wagon
guys.
rails too. Love you, Billy. Brian collects a butthole.
Everybody,
Love y'all.
Bye.
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 Clown
See
love
ya.
forever.
Love you, Parrish.
Oh, that was so much fun.
It was, and I apologize though with like juggling.
I know.
It was
Time constraints and all.
I didn't hear Parrish plug himself, so I apologize. That was my mistake.
That's okay. You're a busy producer guy. I don't see how George. This is amazing. For
And,
George
you
to done that 8 hours yesterday. Wow.
8 hours yesterday and another 8 hours today.
Wow.
Almost 8 hours.
That was awesome.
I want to say while I'm on here, because we may not be back today, but thank you, Joe and George, for everything you've done. All the talent who's agreed to do this, all the people who bought tickets, all the people who have come in our rooms and chatted, shared our stuff, the vendors, everybody. Thank you for making this a success, and go out and be excellent to each other and just make it through this coronavirus like champs.
That's
Stay
right.
home. Don't share your crap.
That's right. Eat pretzels.
Oh my gosh. I have to live with this.
We'll be seeing you guys in a little while.
Love you.
Bye.
Love you. Bye. All right, let's get David. You are going to be helping out with Terry, and
I am.
And I'm sorry, his demo. So let me get him on, and you guys.
Wait, first, Joe, you're not getting off that easy. Where do you think you're going? Relax a minute.
English.
Relax a minute.
Okay.
How you doing? Everything okay?
Need more caffeine. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. I mean, why the hell did you want me on a 220 today, by the way?
220?
Yeah, you're like, make sure you're on a 220, and I'm sitting here like a moron.
What? I don't recall saying that. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm going to have a meeting with Heavy Metal to bring Joe Cat back.
Fired, I tell you. Fired.
Joe, we want Joe Cat. I just had rice pudding, Joe.
You just had rice pudding? That's still a thing?
What do you mean? Rice pudding is like the greatest thing God ever created.
Did you put a little cinnamon on it? Watched Waltons?
The Waltons is on a 24-hour marathon. So the fact that you guys actually got me away from my TV screen is amazing.
I'm getting my IMs blowing up. Wow. Okay. Sorry. We are a little behind schedule, so I am going to bring Mr. Terry up.
Absolutely.
Terry, how are you, sir?
Hey, wonderful. How are you guys?
Hey,
Awesome.
Terry, how are you, pal?
Good. Hey, David. Joe.
So I'm going to let you guys do your thing, and I'll pull up any questions or comments that come up for you.
Thank
Sounds
you.
good,
sir. Hey, Terry.
Hey, David. How you doing?
I'm doing well. Your microphone makes you sound like you're a 1940s radio broadcast. It's really cool.
Does it really?
Yeah. Don't change anything because it sounds wicked cool.
See,
Either
as soon as you say that, I start wanting to start pressing buttons and moving sliders around.
It sounds awesome.
Cool. It's got that vintage sound. See, that's a good juxtaposition against the technology we'll be talking about today.
Absolutely.
All this high-tech future stuff.
Now, if only you could say, the ships, they're coming over New Jersey as we speak. It's a hip joke that only like 3% of everybody watching will get.
Well,
the great broadcast of 1933, The War of the Worlds.
Okay.
Are you familiar with that?
Yeah, I listened to it a long time ago. I need to refresh on that.
That was actually a cool story.
Yeah.
But I will be quiet for a minute and allow you to introduce yourself, Jerry.
Well, sounds good. Well, my name is Terry Jarrell. I'm the director of the Drone Cab here at the Indian Brigade. I don't know if some of you have been seeing some of my shows. I've got videos on up every Thursday night at 7 o'clock. And what I like to do is sort of make it easy for filmmakers to get started with using drones because, and you are probably aware, I mean, you look at so many films now, and one of the things I always say is like pick 10 movies off Netflix or Hulu or whatever, and within the first few minutes, I can show you 2 or 3 drone shots. I mean, it's just everywhere. And there's a lot of opportunity there to really add a lot of production value on a low budget. It used to be, you had to have a $50,000 rig to get that stuff. Well, not anymore. So that's kind of me, what I do, what I like to bring to the community. And there you go. Ta-da.
Yeah. It's funny because I think that the shots that drones provide now used to need to be done by either big jibs or big lifts, or by helicopters, and they were extremely expensive. But they add a production quality and a production value to films that are unparalleled.
They really do. They're so versatile, and it's been kind of an interesting convergence, seeing how the technology has moved really fast, not only in the hardware of drones, because again, you've got to get a good stable platform. And I've been flying quite a while, but even going back not that long ago, 7-8 years ago, the first consumer drones out there were these big clunky styrofoam monsters that had these horrible cameras, if they even had a camera at all. And they were really hard to control, hard to manage. And in just that short amount of time, we've got really sophisticated aircraft that are like a mini airplane in a lot of ways. I mean, they have really, really sophisticated controls. We're going into systems now that have such strong obstacle avoidance. They have cameras all around that create sort of a virtual bubble. So you can fly those things at pretty high speed, say through trees, through a forest, around obstacles or obstructions. And the drone is going to process that information from this model it builds to keep it from bumping into things. So you can focus more on doing your camera work. Because when you're in the air, you're doing 2 things. You're a pilot, you're operating an aircraft, and you're running the camera. So you got a lot to think about there. So the technology to help control the things has really advanced, and the camera is coming down in size. I mean, think about the camera on your cell phone and what you had 10 years ago. So getting all that miniaturized into that hardware and then bringing it down to a price point that's affordable has really opened the doors for a lot of indies. And then to add one more layer onto it, the software has gotten really, really good. Whether you're using something like Final Cut, even iMovie, just getting started, you've got some really good software that works so well with this stuff. You can really get some amazing shots for not a big budget, and a lot of technique, a lot of it's sort of knowing what to do, and a lot of knowing what not to do. So,
well, let me ask you a question because I'm not extremely familiar with drones. They shot a couple sequences in my last film, Wit's End, with drones, but I didn't operate the drones. I just did the setups. How advanced are we with drones as far as getting like high-end like red cameras or black magics? Do we actually have drones that are capable of bringing larger cameras up in the air now?
Yes, absolutely, you do. That's going into sort of what I consider like another plateau of quality or another plateau of production overall. But the biggest drone company in the world is DJI, and it's a pretty common name. They're kind of like the McDonald's of drones. They have like 80% of the market. They make everything from little tiny drones on up to these big heavy lift drones, and that's what you'll see on sets like that. They have a big drone called a Matrice, and when I say big, it's like maybe 5-6 feet across. It's got lots of rotors that can lift a heavy payload, like a red camera or something like that. Now, on a setup like that, you're going to typically have 2 operators, spread out the workloads. One guy's going to fly the drone, the other guy's going to run the camera. And so that kind of makes that handy. But again, we're already seeing that come down into less expensive drones. So, but again, a setup like that, and you're probably familiar with the cost of a red camera or something, you're seeing where that price is going, but it's spread all over. I mean, you can get into it for a lot less, and then grow. It's a very scalable thing. And to kind of go along with that, the little brother to the Matrice is called an Inspire. It's a pretty popular DJI model. And the cool thing about the Inspire is they have a lot of different camera options for that drone, but say you want to upgrade your camera, you want to go to a different camera. Well, that's interchangeable. It's a pretty quick swap on the drone itself. So you don't have to buy a new drone camera setup if you want 3 different cameras. You buy one airframe or one drone, and then buy whatever cameras you need. So, and they have everything from FLIR cameras on to various qualities of cameras. Cool
now,
stuff.
If you're an indie filmmaker on a budget, are you better off purchasing a drone, renting a drone operator, or getting a drone that can carry maybe a GoPro or a higher end, it sounds funny, but a higher end, low end filmmaking camera? What is the best direction for an indie filmmaker to go?
That's a really good question, and that's one I talk about a lot, actually. Flying a drone, and I try not to get too preachy harpy on regulations, laws, and rules and all that, because it's kind of the dry, stale. Nobody wants to hear about it, but it is a reality, and the FAA does govern that sort of use. And to fly professionally for any commercial thing, if you're shooting a film that it falls under that umbrella, you do have to have a certificate. It's called a Part 107 certificate. So there is a learning curve there. It's mostly to manage safety, because unfortunately there are a lot of accidents happening and things like that. The drone community is trying to, like all communities, not get a black eye, trying to do things right, establish regulations and rules to keep things safe. So that is one thing for the indie filmmaker to consider. Do they want to go to the time to learn all this stuff and to take the FAA test? It's a pretty tough test. And in fact, I do training and education on that. So, and as an aside, I'll throw that out there. If anybody is interested in getting your certificate, feel free to ping me later and we can talk about it. So if you're going to be doing it fairly often and you want to fly your own shots, I'd say by all means do it. If not, then there are a lot of good drone operators out there that you can hire. There's a few networks that you can look at, which you can find drone operators, professional drone operators. And then there's certain questions you want to ask them, their experience. Do they have any samples you can see, like a reel? Big thing, are they insured? Because you do want to cover your drone operations. You want to have liability insurance, of course, for the obvious reasons. And for your airframe, if you lose your drone, if it crashes, if you break it, unfortunately, these things can happen. So those are a few things to kind of look out for. So I guess to boil it down, if the filmmaker is going to be using this as a frequent thing on multiple projects, yeah, it's probably worth the expense to go ahead and buy a drone, take whatever training you need to get your certificate. That way you're in control and in charge of it. If it's going to be a one-off thing, you might be better off just renting or hiring somebody.
Absolutely. This is going to put you on a spot for a minute. I'm sure you watch big Hollywood blockbuster films, and as a professional drone operator, you probably say, that shot was shot on a drone.
I'm horrible about it. Yeah.
Is there any scene that, because it's not something that people generally recognize or even, are there awards given for drone operators?
Not yet. Not that I've seen. I think it'd be interesting to see See if that ever comes about, though.
Yeah, it would be cool. The Academy Award for the best drone operator is Terry Jarrell. You know, that'd be great. Did you ever watch a big blockbuster? And is there a particular shot that you could share with us that you say, wow, that was like one of the coolest drone shots I've ever seen?
I can't think of any one shot. I can think of a bunch of kind of the same example, though, kind of repetitive stuff I see all the time that not to kind of take the question in a different direction, but it's kind of getting overdone. Like you see a lot of, you mentioned helicopter shots before, how we had so many movies open with like a flight, like a shot down over water, then the camera tilts up to reveal a city or whatever. I'm seeing so much of that flying over trees, over trees, over trees, over trees, over trees. I did see a film, though, that had an amazing shot. I can't think of the name of the film. It was a police drama thing. And the operator, the pilot for this drone did an amazing job. And to describe the shot, he was flying down a street and maybe half a block away from where several police cars were screeching in to go, bust somebody in, pound on the door and drag somebody out of this apartment building. He was flying down the street, but the way he got around obstacles and kept one nice smooth shot and came around and circled the police cars and went right up to where they were grabbing the person at the door of the apartment and then backed up and followed them out. Flying in reverse is really tricky. And then kind of unwound the whole shot. But he did it in one nice continuous shot. And I looked at that and I looked into it and did some research on it. And the guy really did pull it off in one shot, but it was rehearsed and practiced and that sort of thing. And that's a point I'd like to talk about at some point too, rehearsing your shot.
Just give me 1 second because I have a thought and then we could get back to rehearsing your shot. Did you see the film 1917?
I haven't seen it yet. That's terrible. I haven't seen it yet.
I think, because I've seen a special making of 1917, and I think it probably has one of the coolest drone shots ever. Because the film is shot in such a way that it's to lead you to believe that it's one continuous shot the entire movie. There's no like visible cuts. They don't cut from actor to actor.
Yeah.
And there's one scene where the two main characters in the beginning of the film come to a body of water, and they walk around the side of the body of water, but the camera goes across the body of water, and it's clearly a drone shot. And the way they did this, because then the shot continues for another 5 or 6 minutes, it's wonderful. You should really check it out.
That's awesome. Well, that's really high on my list of movies to see. So, yeah. Now, see, that's the thing. I watch and I just drive people around me crazy trying to watch a film because I'm like, drone shot, drone shot, and it's I just drive people crazy with it. But when you're so tuned into it and looking for it, it's what can you do? It's there.
Right.
But yeah, talking about rehearsing the shot, and let's do a little show and tell. I've got a few drones here. This is my main drone. I love this. I've had a couple of these. I fly them like crazy. This is an Autel Evo. Now, it looks kind of small, which is great. And a lot of people still have this kind of train of thought, like we were talking about the big drones, the matrices and things like that. This bigger is better when it comes to drones. Not necessarily. It depends on what you're using it for, what your end result is. If you're needing that type of camera, this dude has an amazing camera, 4K. It shoots at like 120 frames per second. It shoots in logs, so you have all that color correction ability. But the size is so nice that you can put it about anywhere you want. But before I bring this guy out, if say I'm doing a shoot, I did the film late last year where it was going to be the open credit roll for a film that took place in the woods. And it was sort of a stalker type thing where we just want to give that feel of being kind of lost and finding your way through the woods. And the director wanted me to fly the shot backwards, twisting through all these trees and under tree limbs and branches and these really tight things. Like I said, flying backwards is tricky because you don't have a camera in the back of the room. So from the controller, you can't really see where you're going. It's like walking backwards. I mean, you're literally trying to figure out what's going on. So I rehearsed that a couple times. I just wasn't real happy with it. So I flew it forwards and we reversed it. Hey, CW. And then that worked out well. But to rehearse the shot, you got to think about when you're flying out there, how much time do you have? Because I'm sure you're familiar with this from shooting. I mean, you've got daylight, you've got all these environmental issues to contend with, especially shooting in the woods. And we're here in Central Florida. So it can go from, in that time of year, it can go from beautiful sunny blue skies to a thunderstorm in 15 minutes. It's crazy. So you got to maximize the economy of your environment, plus your batteries. And that's one thing to really, really keep in mind if you're flying a drone. Once you put it in the air, the clock is ticking. You've got 15, maybe 20 minutes. Even if your flight time is 30 minutes, you never want to push it to the edge like that. You want to have plenty buffer room to get the thing back and get it on the ground. So once you get it in the air, you want to make sure that you can get your shot. So I found this guy, just came out not too long ago. It's called a Mavic Mini. This is from DJI. This is my rehearsal drone. And really good camera. So it will shoot up to 2.7K. So if you're doing something for online or whatever, I mean, this will be perfectly usable. It's a really good camera, $400. So it's not a big, huge investment. It does have a really good battery economy. Again, about 30 minutes. I've pushed this one maybe 25 minutes before and been fine. But this is so good to just go fly around until you kind of get comfortable with what path you want to take, how your shot's going to lay out. And then bring out the big gun and fly your shot, once or twice or three times, however you want to do it, and get the shot you want.
Sweet.
So yeah, there's a lot of rehearsal.
Now those are both consumer drones that you just had up?
This would be considered more of a consumer drone. Mm-hmm. And this thing is so tiny. I mean, it's about the size of your cell phone. Everything folds up on it, so it's very small, very portable. And so you can take it anywhere. I mean, even if you're just going out to shoot stock, I'll take this out and just shoot, whatever, just to practice, rehearse with. I try and fly as much as I can just to keep the stick skills sharp. And they've only been out a few months. They were really hard to get there for a while because they were so popular around the holidays, but now they're pretty easy to get. Now the Evo, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
I was to say the Evo is more of a prosumer drone where it has professional features and the camera is a bit higher end on it. But again, it's not super expensive. I think the base drone is a little over $1,000, but you want to get the extra batteries and things like that. So you're going to be $1,500-1,600, but you're going to have a nice kit that's going to shoot cinematic. I've shot several films with this one.
Sweet. Now, as a drone camera operator, mm-hmm. Do you find any value in selling stock footage to these stock footage companies?
There's a bunch of them out there, and the usual suspects are wanting to get into it. I've been working with a group, Overflight Stock, for a couple years, I guess, and they sell a good bit of stock footage, and it's just what you'd expect. And like right now, they're putting out a lot of calls for empty city streets and things like that. They're wanting to build that library for obvious reasons. And it depends what you have and if it's good. A lot of times they'll want something kind of weird and tough to get, like a prison in Germany or something. You can't fly around those places. So you got to be a little smart about it, not get yourself in trouble with some of the requests, because they'll ask you to shoot anything. Could you fly over the White House? And, yeah, that'll go over real well. So there are restricted areas that you can't fly in, or you'll get in big trouble. But yeah, there is some good opportunities for stock.
It's funny because my last film, the 85% of the movie takes place during a horrific blizzard. And trying to get overhead shots and drone footage in an actual blizzard is incredibly difficult.
I can just imagine. I'll bet that was tricky.
We were shooting it during superstorms Riley and Stellar, and both storms had temperatures that were below. One of them hit 20 degrees below zero. Mm-hmm. And when we went out to shoot, when we came back, on 2 different occasions, when we went back to the trailers, the lenses cracked.
Oh man!
And this actually happened on one of the drones because it went from being out in like, I think that day was probably about 5 degrees, 5-degree temperatures. And then when you bring it back to a trailer, me being an idiot, not realizing that you have to bring the temperatures up, not slowly.
Right.
The lenses break.
Wow.
So that's why I was asking if there's a lot of easily purchased drone footage on these sites for filmmakers to purchase, and I was curious if you provided that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that there is a lot of good stuff out there, and for example, a while back, I'm from West Virginia originally, but I live in Florida now, so I have family up there, and the right time of year you can get some beautiful footage up there. So a couple visits back, I was up there and I went out just driving around out in the hills and just such beautiful green hills and stuff like that. So I uploaded a bunch of that stock, and I think some of that's been used. And so you can, you know how it is with stock. I mean, you can look around and just find some amazing stuff as long as you look for it. And even with the drone, and I always try to say this, it's not always about that 100 foot, 200 foot, 300 feet altitude shots. I mean, you can put a drone, I try to think of it as a platform to the camera wherever you want. If it's 4 feet off the ground, if it's 10 feet, 12 feet, most of what I shoot is under maybe 30 feet altitude. I guess there's this thinking that it's got props, so it should go really high, which it can, but it's more of that ability to put it wherever you want, even indoors. You can fly indoor shots just as well. And that brings in some other technical and control issues, but as long as you know how to handle it inside, and what that would be is you don't have GPS guidance. So the controlling, the stability of the flight and everything is all on the pilot. So you really have to be that much more on the ball with it. So, but yeah, there's again, just so many alternatives and different ways that you can get different shots.
And
cool stuff.
Can you tell us a little bit about how the GPS guidance systems work?
Well, the GPS, of course, works off GPS satellite, and what it does is when you first light the drone up, you should have a pre-flight checklist you go through, and waiting for your GPS lock is one of the most important things, because that's going to locate the drone where it takes off from. And this is a pretty important part of the whole thing. Hopefully you don't have to use it, but if you do, it's built-in technology. It's called return to home. So when the drone takes off, you want to lift off about 3-4 feet and let it hover for 20-30 seconds. And on your controller, your software, it's going to give you an indicator of how many satellites it's locked onto. Typically you want 10 or more satellites. And that sounds like a lot, but believe it or not, you'll get more than that. You'll get 12, 14, 16 satellites, depending on sky clarity and things like that. So that provides you a better lock. So what the GPS lock's going to do is store data in the drone and the controller. So if you do get in trouble, or if the drone itself finds itself getting in trouble, say it knows it's running low on battery and it knows how much it needs to get back and land where it took off, it knows where to come back to and where to land. So GPS is used in that way. And it's also used to determine the flight path. So on your controller, you have a map so you can see a line on the map so you can see where the drone is going. Now, you should keep the drone in your line of sight all the time anyway, but this also is another layer of controlling and guiding the drone, and like the orientation, the rotation, and position of where the drone actually is over a specific area.
William Glenn Russell writes, the battery heats up a bit too on some models.
It does. And battery, thermal protection on batteries is something really to be aware of. Again, here in Florida, I mean, it's hot all the time. So a trick that we use here is to keep a cooler, and you don't necessarily have to ice it down or anything, but just like a small lunchbox igloo cooler type thing, throw your batteries in that before you go out. So if you leave anything in the car or whatever, that bit of insulation is going to keep the battery temperature more stable. The drones most drones, except the really small ones, do have a pretty good cooling built in. I don't know if you can see very well on the bottom here.
Mhm.
This is all aluminum and has cooling fins, but this also has fans inside that draw air in. See the vents there, and it pulls air across the board inside, because you've got a lot going on. You've got the drone is managing 4 rotors, so it's handling the flight, but also has a processor that's managing the data coming in from the camera. So it's a mini computer in there, and it really, really heats up. This Evo has a graphics processor, an Ambarella A9 graphics processor. It's writing data to the SD card at 100 megabits per second. That's pretty speedy. A lot of drones write at about 60 megabits. So if you think of it in terms of how your laptop would heat up, or your cell phone or something would heat up, you've got that combined with an aircraft in the air running 4 rotors and also doing guidance, running a GPS radio, and you've got all this other stuff going on. And then the radios talking back to the controller are generating more heat too. So heat management's a pretty important thing. Small guys like the Mini, they have some vents on the bottom, but they have no fan. So you wouldn't want to power this guy up and let it sit on the landing pad for a while, because it's going to overheat and just shut down. And nobody wants them just shutting down on their own.
No. Do they ever shut down while they're in flight?
Unfortunately, yeah. So things like that can happen, and that's part of your risk mitigation. You have a plan for that. What's going to happen? That's why you don't fly over people. You don't fly over crowds, over highways, things like that. And again, I see that in films, and I kind of get that, hackles in my neck stand up. It's like, oh, that was so dangerous. But it's just weird things like that. Batteries can pop out of drones if they're not snapped in right. So you can have all these weird things happen.
Well,
hey, Joe.
Can you get a special permit to do any of those?
That excellent question. You can, if you are a Part 107 FAA certificate holder, you can apply for either a waiver or an authorization. Kind of a blurry line there. They are distinctly different, but to flying in certain situations, in certain classes of airspace is a biggie. If you're flying near an airport or things like that, you can, if you have the application process done correctly, you can get authorization to do these things.
Now, other than indie filmmaking and of course, mainstream Hollywood filmmaking, what other applications can these drones be used for?
The whole drone world has blown up in such a big way. They're being used in a bunch of different areas. Cell phone tower inspections, power line inspections, search and rescue is a biggie. A lot of law enforcement's using them for, again, finding lost people, lost property, in forest fires, things like that, emergency situations. They're just growing more and more in all these different areas. And we're going to see, you've probably seen some stuff or heard some stuff about package delivery and things like that. The technology is pretty much there and ready to go. It's at that process of establishing the protocols and the routes and the okay, we've got the cars made, now let's build the highways for them to run on. So that's sort of where all that is falling in now. But the big companies, Amazon, those guys, they've already got it figured out. They've got the drones figured out, and they're just ready to pull the trigger and let them rip.
I think even some armed forces are militarizing drones now.
Yes. Yeah, a lot of military use. Those are, boy, it'd be fun to fly one of those. They won't turn me loose with one. But they've got some serious stuff.
They're like the car. They're like the size of small cars now, aren't they?
They are. They're really big. They're small airplanes. Some of those are really big and really capable, and they are basically just an unmanned airplane in some cases. Yeah, the military has some really amazing technology going on with unmanned stuff. And see, another thing about drones, that we're starting to see, they're not all now meant to fly in the air. We have underwater drones coming out, and that's been a big problem as far as getting control signal from the drone. Lance, getting the signal stable through water to the underwater drone. So we're going to see that open up for underwater photography. And there's some models out there. I haven't had a chance to get my hands on one yet, but first chance I do, I'm very interested in it.
Now, what's the difference between an underwater drone and those like little submarines that they used like in the beginning of Titanic that went through the original, the Titanic footage?
It's very similar, except these are, of course, much more affordable and they're compact. A few that I've looked at online, and I don't know if I told you, I write for 2 magazines on drone technology and 2 organizations. So I kind of stay involved in, the latest, greatest. And they're not that big, and they're wireless. For those were tethered for the Titanic shot. Mm-hmm. And again, this is kind of baby steps in that direction of drone technology, but I see that as opening up a whole new thing for filmmakers. I mean, if you can put a 4K, 6K, 8K camera underwater, 100 feet, 150 feet, you can get some cool stuff. And again, being untethered, being wireless, and it's just got some cool potential there. Absolutely. We're seeing robotics as far as wheel propelled drones, so you can get into a lot of tight places. Well, here's a little preview of one of my shows I'm going to do in the next couple of weeks. When a drone doesn't have to fly. This guy, I know George has one of these. Have you ever seen one of these?
No, I haven't.
Can you see? It's an Osmo Pocket. And what this basically is, I'll counter it up here. You see the screen light up. This is a gimbal, a handheld gimbal camera. This is a drone camera mounted on a stick, basically. So if you are in a spot, say you've been flying some stuff with your drone, and you need to get too close, so close that your drone isn't going to be able to make that shot, or do like a pass through, say like a banister, a stair rail, or go through a window or something like that. It's going to be a little too tight, but you kind of want that flexibility that you would have with a drone. And a smaller package might be, your big camera might be too big. Something like this is ideal. It's like $300, $350. And this, if you think of this as like a high-powered selfie stick, you can expand the capability. It just kind of snaps on here. And it gives you a ton of controls. You've got a joystick control, so you can adjust the tilt, the pan, all that of the camera itself. The software that runs it, this holds your controller, like your cell phone or wherever you're using for your controller. And the buttons, of course, control your camera, videos and stills. And you can extend this thing out to get some really cool shots that, again, might be too tight for your drone to get, but it's a good supplemental tool to use with your drone.
That is absolutely really cool. What type cool. Of now? Is there a really good camera on the end of that? On that bed?
Really good camera. It shoots 4K at 60 frames per second, so you can get some really nice quality. It's got a pretty good field of view. I think it's 87 degrees, and that's one thing I kind of pay attention to, is the FOV of drone cameras, because if you're in the air, a lot of times you're going to want to shoot a wide shot, a landscape shot, or whatever. It's one thing that one of the things that sold me on the Evo, it has a 94-degree field of view, so it gets a nice broad shot. But with the 4K, it's leaves you plenty if you need to punch in too. So
I will definitely watch your next show, because I would love to hear more about that, and I hope you have links to where you could actually get that camera.
Cool. I'll post all that stuff. Yeah. And if anybody has a question, where to get stuff, just let me know.
William writes, they're used by some police departments to find missing people in large wooded areas, and they use the live feed option with zoom, which is paramount to see body from such a height. I can't see without my glasses. If I read that improperly, I apologize, because I'm old and I need glasses. But when I look how stupid I look with glasses.
Nah, you look fine.
No,
see, I've got some here, but I'm not putting them on. So.
I'm like like the ultimate doofus. I have little to work with to start with, so I gotta. So Terry, on a personal level, tell me why what led you to have such a wonderful passion for what you do? Because you clearly are super bright and you're very passionate about this.
Wow. Well, thanks. Well, I've always loved technology, and going way back like 200-300 years ago when I was in school, I was very interested in computers and you know, as PCs were emerging and everything was emerging, it was like, you know, this bright new thing. I mean, there's all this new stuff. So it, you know, I just was swept away right into all that. So I've been an Apple consultant for 20 some years, and just following the arc of technology. And I love flying. I just love things like that. And when drones first started, that word started getting out there. It's like, yeah, I heard about this drone thing. What's a drone? It's not this thing that's coming out. It's this big plastic, you know, horrible or expensive thing that doesn't do much. Yeah, I just had to jump in on it. And I have some really close friends in aviation. And talking to them, it was just sort of like, you know, bad influences. Like, hey, okay, I got to get one of these. And so much of it is software driven, and so much of it is technology, and it sort of fell right in my wheelhouse. It was just like stuff I already knew. And so I started flying. I got a drone, got another drone, started flying, got my certificate, and just sort of took off from there, almost parallel to the arc that the drone industry sort of blew up in 2016. And that's when the FAA came out with the certification. And so I just jumped right on that. And ever since, I kind of married it into my Apple consulting business, and the drone part of that has just overrun it. It's just really been amazing. So I kind of liken it to that arc of watching you know, the birth of PCs and the birth of smartphones and the birth of tablets all come about, and it's this whole new world. But I see so much utility in this, again, for filmmakers, for again, public service, law enforcement, for industry. It's almost limitless. You can apply this in so many different ways.
That's awesome. Well, I have a question that's totally not drone related.
Okay.
Is that a leg lamp behind you?
That is a leg lamp next to my Galaga machine.
Now, let me ask you, is that a major award you won for some drone operating?
It was a major Christmas gift.
This is going to make
it's Italian.
It's fragile.
Fragile.
This is actually going to make you laugh. This, for the last 2 Christmases, yeah, I spent the night of December 25th and the night of December 26th in the actual A Christmas Story house in Cleveland, Ohio. So,
oh man. So
much like you, a huge fan. And if you ever get a chance, it's literally like 5 minutes. When you watch the movie, you would never think this, but it's literally like 5 minutes away from Cleveland, the city of Cleveland. You could walk from Jacobs Field. I think it's called like Progressive Park now. You could walk from Progressive Park to Ralphie's house, and wow. they left it everything that you would imagine the house to be like, exactly the same from the movie. So it's really awesome.
That is really cool. I'd love to see that someday.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to take away from your drone conversation, but
no. Now my mind's all on that. Talk about the movie.
It's actually open year round. The Christmas Story house? Yeah.
Do people live there, or is it just like an attraction type thing? Or
it's a museum where you go through the entire house, and there's a right across the street is where they have all the props from the movie, but the house itself is exactly intact. And the house had like an attic, and the attic is reserved for people who rent it out to stay the night. So during the day, we would come and go through the house through the tourists who were in the house to our room which was upstairs, which was locked away from everybody. But once the museum closed at I think it was 9 o'clock, the whole house was ours. So like Christmas morning, you'd come down and open your can of turtle wax or get your blue bowling ball right there in the Christmas Story. It's really weird being in the Christmas Story house on Christmas Eve, watching it with like the rest of the country, and you're literally like sleeping in it that night.
That would be amazing.
It's pretty.
Man, I got to do that. See, I've got to put that on my one to go to houses.
And you know what's also really awesome about it is right next door they have the Bumper's house, which you don't really see very much in the movie, where the evil dogs come from.
Yeah.
But for a lot less money, you could stay in the Bumper's house.
Gotta check into that.
So if you ever go, give me a call and I'll give you all the dope on all the cool stuff to see. Because you got to go to Higbee's, the store where they go to see Santa.
Oh yeah.
Which is now a casino. And but believe it or not, 95% of that film was shot in Canada, not in Cleveland.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Man.
Well, I'm sorry I went off on my little trivial tangent. I apologize.
No, I appreciate that. Good information. Yeah, there's a couple places like that I want to say. My other half is from Massachusetts, and I've always wanted to do the Lizzie Borden house.
Oh, sweet.
And yeah. And so it's not too far from where she's from. So yeah, that's right up there on my list. Because again, always being a horror fan too. Hey, got to do it. Hey, Joe.
A buddy of mine, Ron, actually took his drone to the Lizzie Borden house, and he flew around it, and I think he actually flew inside also to do some recording for them. So I'll have to hook you up with him sometime.
Yeah, I'd love to talk to him.
You know what you also could do with your drone while you're in Massachusetts, and I'm not kidding. They have the best whale watching trips.
Yeah.
And I was on a whale watching trip where somebody actually brought their drone and they were flying it right over the whales. And the whales, when they shoot that water through their blowhole, I mean, those shots must have been absolutely stunning.
Yeah, you can get some amazing shots like that. So I can just imagine.
How cool would it be if you were at the Christmas Story house on Christmas Eve, live streaming a drone shot through the house?
Pretty cool.
So if I have it next year, I'll invite you to come by.
Let me know. We'll do some interesting droning.
Yes, they have a 40-foot Ralphie blow up in the front lawn.
Do they really?
He's in his pink demented Easter bunny pajamas.
That's awesome.
We'll fly a shot right through the ears.
Right through the ears.
Yeah.
That would be great. And try not to tangle the props in it because, 4 Freddy Krueger spinning blades and a big blow up. That'd be interesting.
I'm sorry, I diverted. Is there anything else that you want to teach us about drones before I go on another stupid tangent?
No. I love hearing about that. No, again, I think that just the thing I want to sort of bring out and emphasize is that just don't I don't know how to put it right. Don't be afraid to explore drones or get involved with them or find out more about it. There's a lot of good resources, tons of good stuff. And like anything else you see online, kind of take it with a grain of salt because there's not always the best information out there. I'm always here to help. As you know, I'm a mentor in the Andy Brigade. Always happy to talk or just chat if you're thinking about what model to get, how much drone do I need? And it kind of parallels real life. It's like, okay, I need a car to go to the store. Well, how much is a new Tesla? You might not need all that for your purpose. You might, again, just be flying for one film or just need to get a couple shots. Well, hey, you can find somebody for that. I've been flying stuff around here and where they've not needed or necessarily had the budget or time to get into the whole process of getting a drone and all that. So they've just found me. I've flown some stuff. I just did a music video for a girl, Eliza Marie. Did a really cool shot. The song, you could probably find it online, or I could put a link up. It's called Ain't Coming Back to Me. It's basically a breakup song, boyfriend, girlfriend in a fight next to the guy's pickup truck on this dirt road. He jumps in the truck and takes off. And we got some really cool shots of him driving away down this dirt road. And I shot that a couple different ways. I did a crane up as the truck went away. And then I had a brainstorm, got with the director. I said, hey, I want to follow the truck down the road so you can lock onto a subject. I just let the drone chase the truck as he took off down the road for another shot. And in editing, he was able to put those two together with some cuts that really worked well. So you can get stuff like that, and it's pretty amazing.
Well, speaking of music videos, if you're
Mhm.
willing to drive up to Georgia when the world is normal again, the next thing I'm supposed to do, if this ever ends, this quarantine and this craziness, is I'm supposed to direct a Huey Lewis in the News video.
Oh,
So
wow.
I'd love to get some pretty wicked drone shots. So I will be in touch with you, hopefully sometime in the next 6 to 8 weeks, if we're ever allowed to leave the house again.
Awesome. Keep me posted.
Yeah.
Love
Sadly,
to do
where I live up in Pennsylvania, they consider it a suburb of New York City because we're like an hour and a half
Mhm.
away. But and I couldn't live in a more rural country place than you ever could imagine.
Mhm.
But they consider us like a suburb of New York City, so we're like on lockdown where we're not like to leave the house. The police will stop us if we're going to get groceries to make sure we're
Wow.
going to get groceries.
Wow.
So it's a weird.
See, I
It's
expect-
weird.
I'm sorry, I
Okay.
interrupted.
Okay.
I'm over caffeinated. You gotta watch me. I've had like 14 cups of coffee. So, yeah, well, I live in west of Orlando, about 15, 20 minutes from Disney's front gate, and I'm expecting to see that here. They have the kind of common sense, mandatory stay-at-home stuff going, but they're not. It's jumping around so much from county to county how it's being enforced. It's just not really consistent. So, we're just kind of waiting to see what's happening. And we're playing it smart, just staying in and washing hands and not going around sneezing people and stuff like that. So
You may be an innovator ahead of your time. It may be soon where the only way we can see our friends and visit our loved ones is to send a drone over to say hello.
you could do that.
Yeah.
Just like tie a note to the bottom. And I see Dustin's question.
Interesting question. Who determines the pricing for drone operators?
Typically, that's approached like a photographer, like a wedding photographer or a real estate photographer. And again, real estate photography is a big, huge part of droning. It's almost like the entry level. Everybody says, "Oh, I'm going to get a drone and start shooting pictures for realtors." Well, get in line. There's 100 billion people. That's where they want to start. But it's a good way to build, practice, build your resume, and get your feet in the water. But at that point, you're going to be viewed more for your photography skills and your videography. So that's the general rule of pricing it. And again, there's things to factor into that. Your expense, what's your time worth, your experience level, your equipment, what type of drone are you using, your insurance, all your costs, just like any other business, you need to factor that in. But typically the drone operator is going to set that price. And just, again, be fair to yourself and look at your skills and your abilities and what you're bringing to the table to sort of be your guide for that. And if, the guy down the street's going to fly this, 3-hour deal or, half a day deal and provide you, all this edited copy and everything for $40, let the job go. I mean, it's just not worth it. And unfortunately, there's a lot of that stuff coming along too. Like, oh, you want $500? Well, the kid next door will do it for 20. So it's probably worth it.
They're scary. There's a lot of businesses that the kid next door will do it for 20.
Yeah.
Yep. So it's the Fiverr generation.
Yeah, Fiverr. Yeah, Fiverr mentality. But oh well. But yeah, it's your quality and all that stuff. So
I just wanted to say that Sean Smithson says, always a pleasure listening to David and Terry. So thank you, Sean.
That's awesome. And thanks, Sean. And Sean and I had a nice little discussion last night. I really appreciate you, Sean, taking a look at the videos and putting the word out and all that. And I'm just working on building that library of tips and tricks. I'm a big tip and trick guy, like on the drone cav shows. If I can show you one or two things and you can end the video and go outside with your drone and try one thing out and say, wow, that worked. That was cool. That's my goal. I just want to give you like little bite-sized things that you can apply and take off using right away.
Sweet. So Terry, we're almost coming to our hour.
Mm-hmm.
And can you take the next couple minutes and explain to everybody where they can find you and any pertinent information that you would like to share?
Well, you can find me. You can email me. You're welcome to email me. My email address is terry@blackdogdroneops. That's my company.com. Just think Black Dog Drone Ops and my name. I'm also on Facebook. Connect with me there. Terry L. Jarrell, Jarrell. Don't know how my middle initial got in there. I screwed up when I set up my account. I don't know. You can never adjust those things. So you can find me there or on Instagram at Black Dog Drone Ops. So I'm at all those places or at romeropictures.com under Indie Brigade, Drone Cav, and I'm a mentor there as well. So if you want to get deeper into these things, again, any discussions, if you are thinking about flying, if you're starting to fly or you've been flying a while and just need some guidance or direction, and if I don't have the answer, I've got the resources to get you the answer. So, and even if you're purchasing, maybe, save a few bucks here or there. So that's the resources I want to bring to our indie community to see more use and see more amazing shots. And because again, we're seeing a bunch already, but man, they're just, it's limitless. So it's exciting to see what people can do with their creativity in the air.
Awesome. Well, I am a novice at everything drone, and spending the last hour, spending the last hour with you, I feel like I actually know something now, which is kind of horrifying because up here there isn't much space left to store anything. So
you'll be a master in no time. We'll get behind the sticks sometime, and yeah.
Oh, trust me, I'm a master. I'm a master behind the stick, but drone operating, not at all.
That's what I'm here for.
Joe, my friend.
I am here.
Hey, Joe.
That was freaking awesome and very informative. We all appreciate you doing that. And there were some excellent questions out there from the audience, which we always appreciate.
Apparently none from Dave, though.
Dave who? Oh, damn. And Dave. Sorry. Dave did an excellent job.
I'm like a bobblehead.
Put your glasses back.
Brutal. Oh,
hardworking reporter by day, Superman by night.
Wait, is that the same guy?
Yeah. Well, I need to get a little curl to throw everybody off.
Yeah, boy. I can't. It almost looks like.
Yeah, it's uncanny.
Tricky. It's uncanny. Like an illusion.
Well, I see Joe setting up right now. So what I'm going to do is, Terry, again, it's been a pleasure. We will catch you next week on a new episode of Drone Cav.
Awesome. Yeah, I've got some cool stuff coming. So everybody check out the show Thursday night, 7:00.
Terry, thank you so much for carrying me for an hour.
No, thank you, David. I appreciate it. It was great. And
you're awesome.
And the DEF CON is just killing it. I love what's going on. So y'all have a great evening.
You do the same. Thank you. All right, let's get Joe up here. And wow,
this looks like an adult film to me, actually.
Is that bad? No.
For Joe.
Absolutely. Hi, everybody. Joe Castro here, and I'm here with my good friend and talented director, filmmaker, actor, Doug Waugh, and he's going to be our model today, our talent today, as we go through a very intense recreation of a very famous zombie from a movie I think that most people here know. It is the plaid shirt zombie from the original Dawn of the Dead.
Wow.
I'm going to recreate this zombie, a 2020 version for everybody here on camera, and Doug's going to be my model. And my partner, Steven Escobar, and co-producer, he's made the Terror Tunes franchise with me. He's behind the camera. He's set all this up for us today to make this possible.
Well, we greatly appreciate him. Is he going to come say hi?
Yeah, he's going to come say hi right now.
Setting up the camera there.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, for joining us and helping out. I appreciate that. That's awesome.
No worries.
So how's everything going in your world?
Excellent. It's been a very, very busy weekend.
Good.
If you think being jailed on top of a mountain in Pennsylvania is great, I'm perfect.
Awesome. Well, I'm very honored and very grateful to be here at the convention, and I just want to say, shout out to everybody who's watching. I I normally don't like to be asked a lot of questions while I'm doing the work about the actual things that I'm using while I'm creating it. If there's something that you want to ask me, maybe I'll stop, and we can do that because I'm kind of get into a little bit of a mode when I'm doing stuff. Sure. And, I'm taking a lot of liberty when I'm doing this because we're obviously paying homage to Tom Savani's amazing makeup and all the amazing groundbreaking work he did in the original Dawn of the Dead. So I'm going to take the liberty of trying to reproduce some of the things he did, but using some modern tools and some things I use today. So I hope everybody enjoys it. And
one quick question before you start, Joe.
Go for it.
Have you ever had an opportunity to go out to Tom's house and see his museum?
Well, I have no, but I will tell you something great about Tom. When I was 12 years old, I lived in Helotes, Texas, and I used to read a magazine called Cinemagic, and I read Fangoria magazine. And at the time, you could literally just call the 411 in any state, in any city. And if you knew the person's name and they were listed in the phone book, you could get their phone number. So when I was 12 years old, at the time I was like 12 to the time I was 15, I would just call information and call up Pittsburgh and get Tom's phone number. And I could call him on the phone, and he was a very grateful, kind man. And he would walk me through, simple little processes over the phone of what he had in his book and what I saw in the movies that he was doing. And he absolutely 100% was responsible for shaping my career and the man I am today and what I do with my talent.
I tell you, he's a wonderful guy. And his house, if they ever need to make a horror hall of fame, like a building, like a place, like a baseball hall of fame, they literally just need to take the stuff out of Joe's house. They don't even need to go and collect stuff. He's the most amazing collection of horror memorabilia.
Anyway, let Joe get to work.
I'm sorry. I'm one of those people who actually like to talk on a talk show.
I want everybody to know that Doug has a film that he just made, and I'm going to let him talk about that while I do some.
Get him out for you here. This is actually artwork. Work done by Joe Castro. So anyone who's watching now, on Troma Now, it's for Mulligan's Monsters, new episode called The Incel, and this is a little baby incel. So
tell them a little bit about the whole concept behind it and how we went about producing it.
Yeah, so I met up with Rob Mulligan, great guy who did who's the guy who runs Mulligan's Monsters, and basically it's a show that features a monster and in each episode, and then after that episode's done, it's a making of with the people that designed it. So for example, I got an interview with Joe on how he created little baby incel. So this here, he's a little hand puppet here. Stick your hand up his ass, and then you kind of use him to talk that way. Joe provided the voice for baby incel as well too. So Troma Now, you got to subscribe.
Yeah, I want to say my voice was something like.
Yeah, so that's a little tribute to a trilogy of terror, and also I don't know if you guys have seen the movie The Suckling. I enjoyed that movie a lot, so kind of a little homage to that Troma style. So
Q-tips.
Put them over here. Actually, I'll stick them over here so you guys see them a little bit there.
Okay, go ahead and stand there. I'm going to be coming over here. So the first thing I like to do whenever I'm working with someone and I'm going to be gluing stuff on them, I like to take, this is how I buy my alcohol. By the gallon. 99% alcohol. I'm going to give this to Dougie and let Doug wipe his face down with it and his chest. We're going to be putting the makeup.
Yeah, freshly shaved too, so. This will cure all that coronavirus.
Absolutely. Sure. Thank you.
Strong stuff, 100% proof.
So one of the like pinnacle parts of what Tom did for me in that makeup was that, the bulging eye that's coming out of the zombie. So I kind of did my own, I don't know if you updated version of an eye that we're going to glue on him. There we go.
Right. Yeah, I got you wide.
There we go. And I just kind of made this real quick, like out of friendly plastic. I just made it right before we started, painted it with a little bit of spray paint, and there we go. And I kind of made
it on full screen.
There we go. Yeah, I just wanted to get close enough for the. There we go.
Nice.
There you go. Okay. Anyways. Here we go. Put a little glue here. Oh, you know what I need? I need
All right, so
there we go.
this was on the on Facebook Live here. So anyone else who's watching, it's going to be the DEF CON convention Facebook Live.
Here we go. The next I'm going to I'm gonna put some I'm gonna because I'm gonna cover up Dougie's eye. I'm gonna put a piece of tape over his eyelid, or a Band-Aid. You can use a Band-Aid or tape. Do I have a Band-Aid here? I'm gonna send Steve inside to go get a Band-Aid in order for that to happen.
I'm trying to figure out. It looks like if I go full screen, we're a little more pixelated than if I.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're less jumpy. Smaller.
Thank you.
And for the audience, if you didn't hear when Joe first started, he said that he will pause occasionally for questions, but he prefers not to be really disturbed as he's working.
If you want to come forward, you can. Why don't you come forward here and then turn to the
There we go.
The turn like this for me. There we go. Like that. Okay. Here, let me take off my glove. The scissors on. Yeah, I like to take a Band-Aid, and I'll just put it up into our light.
The light just popped out.
Take a Band. Go ahead and close your eye for me. You can touch it once or twice too, so it's not so strong and potent against his skin. It doesn't need to be that strong to stick against his eye. I touch it a couple of times, and then now his eye is safely covered. Can you look into the camera for us? Mm-hmm. There you go. Let me put my gloves back on. You know, it's I'm still working here in Los Angeles, but all the essential special effects supply houses have closed down. So and thank God I buy stuff in bulk, because I'm able to continue moving forward, making creatures, making monsters. I'm making a really cool monster right now. I want to give a shout out to Michael Bailiff from the Witching season, making a very secret, cool creature for him for the new, I guess, the new season. I'm not allowed to say what it is, but he did say it was okay for me to say I was working on it, and it's a pretty cool creature.
Nice.
All right. So now that I have his eye closed up, put a little bit of the silicone glue on top here. Sometimes I'll just take straight up contact cement. I won't spray it against their skin, but I'll spray it, see if it's covered. Then it's like there's a barrier between them, and I'll spray a little bit over here on my workstation, and then I'll pick it up with the Q-tip, and I'll put it here too. And add an extra layer of glue. And I like it because it's thicker. It's thicker, and it maintains. Let's see if we can get that to stay up there.
I wonder if it would be clearer.
How are we doing with where are we at with time? Because I know this stuff can be time consuming, and it kind of gets away with me.
You still have 50 minutes.
Okay, good. I'm gonna do a little dry, a little bit of dry. On cool. Okay. I'm gonna add a jaw to him. Tom didn't have a jaw, but I'm gonna just kind of bring a little bit more of a different element into it. I'm gonna add a jaw to him.
Give him that Jay Leno look.
There we go. That's just a jaw I made out of friendly plastic. And I think I'm going to add a cheekbone to him too. Let's see if I can do this correctly. There we go. Now he's got a cheekbone and a jaw. Can you lean into the camera for them? I can see that coming close. There you go. There you go. Okay, let's see if the eye will stay. There you go. Now he's got his bug eye. Can you look at it? Put your face on it. Closer. Come on, closer. Go. Yeah, no, it's kind of closer.
There we go.
Okay. There you go. And they turn it like that. There you go. There you go.
Reminiscent of The Walking Dead.
Very, very cool. Very cool. Okay. I think I want to. Let me see. This is gonna hurt. No, I want to. I
already shaved it all. So
here we go. Here we go. I want to kind of move that down a little bit. Right about there. Yeah, I think that'll work right there. Okay. Now that all those elements are on there, I'm going to put that nice, like that radiation-looking burned skin that Tom put on his face and on his chest. Steve, you want to come say anything about the xenophobia or share tunes or any of that while I'm doing this? Okay. I'm over here mixing up a chemical. It's probably going to take me about 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes to do this. So,
all right, we have Michael Bailiff is awesome. James Morris rules 2. I bet it's for the new Creepshow series. And Lance Wagner is saying, "Thank you for doing this, Joe Castro."
Hi, Lance. Hi, Michael. Hi, James, you said?
I'm sorry, I lost track of where I was now. Like you said, Michael Bailiff is awesome.
Michael Bailiff is awesome. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
And James Morris rules 2.
Okay. A is in there. No.
Keep up the hard work.
Do me a favor. You have your phone where you can time me? Okay. I need a 3-minute timer. Okay. So now I'm over here mixing up this chemical. I'm going to have you back up.
Good?
Yeah.
All right.
Is that a Ranchley zombie or a Ridgely zombie you want to see, Williams?
Yeah, that's one of those long stories that we don't. Yeah.
We don't touch?
Yeah. We try not to touch. kind of like Cat Joe, producer.
There you go. Here it is. This is what I'm mixing right now, so everybody knows. It's going to spill up if I don't watch it. Okay. There you go. Making some flesh here. Oh, what time we got?
45 minutes.
No. Well, this is a timed. That's okay. This is a timed process that I'm doing right now. The chemical is going to set up in a few minutes. So I'm 3 minutes. I wonder if I could have him give me that chair over there so I can have him sit down while I do this. There we go. I'm gonna have him sit down.
Thanks.
We're kind of cheat yourself 3/4 so the camera can see you. Yep.
You still got the face?
Yeah. There you go. If you want to move closer, you can. Even closer if you want to.
Okay, there we go.
And then cheat yourself like 3/4. There we go.
All right.
Yeah,
got that good shit. All right, there we go.
There we go.
You got 2 minutes.
Okay. So it's at 2 minutes? It's at 2 minutes? Yes. Okay. All right. So the first layer, I'm just going to cover up these elements here So that way I want it to look like there's a sinewy layer of skin over the outside of them. Where are we at?
30 seconds.
Okay. It's kind of warm, isn't it? Is it warm? Did you say it's warm? No, it's not warm. Go ahead and cheat your head like that for me. There we go. And up like that. There we go. There we go. And I made it the color of flesh because Doug's skin's the color of flesh. I'm eventually going to go over the whole thing, anyways, with another color to make him the zombie color. So I thought it would be best to just start off the whole thing with the same base color as his skin, so that way it matched. If that makes sense. Here we go.
Absolutely.
How are we doing on time?
3:30.
Okay. I should have had to take off a few just in case.
Oh, that's fine. Just kick them off.
Yeah, I probably should.
Yeah.
Just in case you get anything you don't want ruined.
Oh. Oh, thanks.
Yeah. Here we go. Okay, now turn back and look towards me a little bit. There we go. Looks good. And it looks like it's kicking. And we're just gonna go like this. Like that. Like that. There we go. And it's kicking, so you can kind of pull it like so. I don't know if you can see that. And there, like that. And it is kicking. I want to bring that over there. Kind of mash that up like this. I'm setting in the lights here. There we go. Okay, there's one layer, and that is done, I think. Okay, I want to do 3 layers of this stuff before I paint him. But see, I'm kind of, I don't know if you can tell, but I'm kind of pulling the flesh to cover the edges as it's thickening up, making skin. I pulled the flesh right here to make it look like it's sinewy, and I pulled it right here, kind of. There we go. I don't know, how's that looking so far? You want to come closer to the camera for me? Cheat your head. There we go. Let me see. Dun, dun, dun. There we go. There we go. Right, we're just gonna kind of cover it with a little layer of skin. Okay, and the only reason I'm doing it this way is because I want people to be able to like craft something, you know, ad lib makeups, where a lot of people that are, you know, doing this as a hobby can do, and it's easy and effective. You don't have to like have the plaster and the clay and the molding and all the other different things that people may not have access to or may not want to buy in bulk, or it's, you know, this is kind of like an easier, softer way of doing it. And that's how Tom did it back in the day. He did all these ad lib makeups, which we love. Okay, so I'm moving on to the next layer. Same thing we just did, we're gonna do it again.
So how is your model holding up? Is this like uncomfortable for you, or?
No, it actually feels great. I enjoy it. I could, like I said, me personally, I love the stuff for the arts, because when you're sitting here, people say like, "Oh, it's uncomfortable," but it's like, well, you want to know, this makeup is gonna, it's being photographed right now. It'll outlive you a long time after you're dead. You know what I mean? So, you know, few minutes here and there, an hour here and there, it's worth it.
That's why we appreciate people like Doug being a part of it.
It's funny because it took Stephen Jeffries 12 hours to put his makeup on for the wolf transformation scene in Fright Night, and it took 3 days to shoot the sequence. So he was being in the makeup chair for 36 hours for that sequence.
Wow. Well, hey, the movie's still around, you know what I mean? So
it's true.
People are probably binging it on their couch right now.
Exactly. Yeah.
But I like this is like the horror version of Bob Ross.
That's awesome.
Without the pretty little trees.
Yeah. Cute little eyes here.
Will you start the timer again, please? Oh, you did all right. Oh, thank you. Okay. Yeah, this is just basically I'm mixing up a 2-part silicone that you can get from Silpack, and a lot of people know about it and do work with it. I like to work with it, like to create with it. A lot of people like to do like little things with it, but I like to create with it if it's used correctly. So the next layer I've made much darker than the first layer, and I'm going to start bringing in the rest of that radiation-looking flesh down his face, down into his neck, up on top of his head, like the original zombie, the plaid zombie from the Dawn of the Dead film.
Nice. Got a comment. Doug has the patience of a saint.
Good name.
No, well, thanks. Yeah. Diazepam helps. Speaking of which, Joe, I was browsing around Amazon. Your musicer was on there. It was a lot of fun.
Oh, thanks, Doug.
It's got like the world Guinness Book of World Records for most deaths.
Yeah,
so
the highest body count in a slasher movie. Yeah. Okay, we got 1 more minute, and then I'm going to slap this on.
Got Dustin saying, I love working with latex, plaster, and hot glue to make masks and other little props and stuff.
Nice. Yep. Okay. I do this to kind of check to where I'm at with the chemical to find out when it's going to kick. It's important to me to know when it's going to kick. Where are we at? And did you start it right when I was doing it? Okay. Okay, do me a favor and cheat your yeah, like that. I kind of like that. Yeah, there we go. I'm gonna start up here. It's gonna fall down. There we go. Excellent. Go out over here. I noticed in the film the makeup comes all the way up here on his head. It comes down here to his neck, over the jaw, around this side of his face. There we go.
Got Thomas Churchill saying that he loves you, Joe.
Tell Thomas I said hello. Thank you, Thomas. Thomas has been an amazing peer and director to work with over the past few years in the industry, and I just that's a whole show on its own. You need to have Thomas and I on a show on its own. We've done some amazing things together, and I can't wait for everybody to see the stuff that we've been working on for the past couple this last year. So see, now I'm going to go in and I'm going to start to do this radiation movement kind of thing that he's got going in here, and these lines up and down. And I think the important thing is to not make it look like it's dripping. So we got to keep putting it back up on top and keep bringing it back up and maybe going upwards with it. I don't want it to make it look like it's dripping, but he's got all these little things here. Bring the makeup out. There we go. And he's got some really deep cuts in the face. Let's bring this over here. Here. Steve, you want to jump in front and see if his face is even in camera for me. Work with the eyelid. I see he's got this big cut right here running down the side. And he's got some big holes right here in his head. See, at a certain point, the silicone becomes very workable to leave some big striations in the head. There we go. There we go. Now he's getting there. His whole entire eyebrow is covered up in this picture. He doesn't even have an eyebrow in this picture. They just covered it up altogether. I think that's pretty good. I like the way we can see a little bit of his the skull bone coming through the side of his head. There we go. There we go. All right. Now I'm going to move on to doing some stuff here on his chest, and then we'll get to the painting. Okay. Let me see. Let me take a look at him. You do me a favor. Step up. Step up for me. I'm back here. Let me take a look at you. I want to see your face.
All right.
Make sure we're. Yeah. Look at me. Look at me. Yeah. All right. Good. All right. Got a little bit more to do.
All right. Cool.
All right. One more of the silicone patches on his chest and a little bit on his face, and then we'll be ready. We'll do some painting.
I gotta say, it was a big honor for me too. When I was a teenager, back when I used to go to Blockbuster Video, I used to see the cover for the first Terratoons on VHS there, and that used to scare the shit out of me. So in my mind, I'd go home and I'd have the story before I even watched the movie. So yeah, and here I am at Joe's studio here. So
isn't it funny how those things work, huh?
Yeah. And later on, it was like, man, I'm working with Joe Castro and Steven Escobar, and I saw your guys' movies as a teenager at the video store.
Listen to this guy. Totally, my head's gonna explode. It's an honor to work with a very talented man, and I look forward to making movies with him in the future.
And you could actually make your head explode.
Yeah, you could. Got a few of them running around here. But yeah, if I'm not sure how many people are on here who have trauma now, but if you guys have trauma now, the new episode of Mulligan's Monster is titled The Incel. It's episode 3. Joe Castro did the monster for that movie, Little Baby Incel.
Sweet.
So, yeah.
All right. Got 3 minutes, and then I'm going to apply the last layer, and then we'll do some full body painting.
All right. You need to angle it?
No, I think you're pretty good at everything. How are we doing on time?
Oh, you still have 31 minutes.
Okay, good. Yeah. You may want to do something about your belts.
Okay.
And if you don't want those pants ruined, maybe we should get him a plastic bag to put down there. You want to run inside?
All right,
we forgot to warn him. In fact, I normally warn everybody that comes over to the shop to do something. Do not wear your favorite underwear, your favorite bra, or your favorite socks, because whatever we do might go through your clothes and go into your favorite things. So it's just, yep. Okay.
It's okay. After this, I was planning on going to like the drive-through Starbucks and just say, yes, I'll have.
You want to put it in his right here on and in the front. Actually, you should probably make a hole in it so that way you can step into it.
I want to know what happened to the guy in the back there. It looked like something went horribly wrong with him.
Oh, which one?
The guy in the back.
Oh, you mean the mannequin? The mannequin.
Oh, it's a mannequin. Okay.
Mannequin.
Oh, yeah, Uncle Muscles.
It actually looks like Rocky Balboa.
Yeah. You want to help me with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So just
there we go.
Garbage bag skirt.
Yeah, tuck that into. Yeah, I'm gonna need to get to your chest here in 3 minutes.
Oh,
3 seconds. Here we go. Here we go.
Yeah.
Here we go. There you go. Yeah, I'm gonna go turn towards me.
Mm-hmm.
Should put something over your eyebrow. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
No, it's not. It will be afterwards. Okay, here we go. So, and then the zombie has this weird kind of radiation looking burn here on his chest in the film. I think it goes down. Yeah, down here, all the way down here. I love this chemical because it sticks really nice to the skin, but it doesn't take any remover to take it off. It peels right off like peeling an orange.
I remember Spirit Gum back in the day.
Yeah. No, this isn't. This is. This chemical is like very safe and easy on, easy off for the skin. And I'm sure it was developed for like name talent and name models and actors that are, A stars in the industry that had to wear like minor cuts and bruises and that kind of thing. And they complained about having glues and stuff like that, put on their skin all the time, day after day, if they were in a film where they had a minor cut and they had to shoot 3 or 4 days at a time. So I'm looking at this here. And I'm just going to make some kind of thing like this. The trick is just to keep playing with it and keep it moving until it starts to kick, and then you get it where you want it. Yeah. I'm turn towards the camera like that. Okay. Yep. Where are we at on time, Steve?
3:54.
Okay. And we don't want it to, in this case, I don't want it to ever start dripping. I want it to always look kind of like that radiation looking skin that Tom made with that zombie. So it looks like a burn or some sort of radiation burn or some sort of burn. Yeah, like a burn. That's what it looked like to me. I always thought of it as. So I gotta keep moving. There we go. Pick it up. There we go. And as you pick it up, it kind of, there we go. I'm gonna bring some of this right here. And some of this over here. And some of this right here. And then I'm going to bring a little bit over to this side of his face. So it's not just, the makeup just doesn't end. I hate that. I don't like that when the makeup just ends. I'm going to kind of bring it over. Come towards me. There we go. And I think we are good. I think that looks good for the radiation burn kind of going on there. Nice. Okay. It's time for the, oh, look, I have a piece right here. I'm going to stick right here. I think everything looks pretty good. What do you think, Steve? Punch you back. What do you think, Steve? What do you think? Yeah, you like it? Okay. So now that I have his radiation on him and I got his face done. I normally, whenever you paint silicone, I normally use silicone paint on top of them. So I'm going to do his face first. Actually, I'm going to do your body first.
Okay.
And then we'll move into the face, to finish painting the face. And let's see here. So I've mixed up my own personal kind of gray green zombie color here. And I actually like, whenever I'm applying zombie makeup, I'm just, you want to take off some?
Sure.
I like to use like a giant, like a dishwashing sponge works great when you do full body makeups. Because I mean, there's no need to like use a, just go for it. Just go for it. I can literally just wipe the color on his skin. I just wipe the color right on his hands. Now Tom's zombie was like kind of like a dark gray clay color. I'm trying to kind of sort of mimic that color, but maybe a little lighter gray. There we go. There you go, full arm. Turn it over to the bottom of the hand. And I try not to like make it so it's matte. I want a little bit of his own skin color to come through. There you go. Paint an arm that fast. Ta-da! I'm done. Oh, here we go. Oh, underneath.
There you go.
Joe, will it distract you too much if Thomas hops on to say something real fast?
Oh yeah, go for it.
Hello, everybody. Again, can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
I have to say, I've done 5 projects with Joe, and he also did all the product, the zombies and all in my Maryland M trailer that's on the internet. Working with Joe is, again, this is an actor, Gino Caffarelli, who looks just like this. I mean, not like this anymore. Joe did this. This is from the movie Nation's Fire.
I remember.
And this is actually Gino's head. And anybody that knows Gino or Google Gino Caffarelli, it looks just like this. And Joe Castro, I mean, I worked with several makeup artists before. Joe Castro's the real deal. He's amazing. Amazing. And look what he just did in less than 30 minutes.
Now, working with Tom is like, I was going to say, and same goes for you, Tom. Working with Tom is like working. He makes you bring your A game, and he does it with grace and dignity and style. And that's what you want to work with. You want to work with people who are as good as you or better than you. They make you bring your A game. That's what happens when you walk onto a Thomas Churchill set.
Well, thank you. But this is all your time right now. I just wanted to say my experience with him is just phenomenal. Dave Madison, I know we've done 2 projects together. Hopefully we'll be doing more. But that's the guy right there is Joe Castro. He's the magician. But on that, again, happy DEF CON Day. I'll talk to you guys. Take care.
See you, man.
Bye, Thomas. Thank you. Thank you, Thomas. Okay, and we're almost done. I'm just going to come in here. I see that it's sticking really well, so I'm just going to go ahead and come in here and finish this up like this. I apologize, my butt stinks.
No, it's right.
Okay, we're almost there. We got him kind of a dead look, dead color going. Close your eyes. Da-da-da. Let's just go for it. Let's just go for it. Let's see, come on here closer. There you go. He's pretty much done. I mean, aside from some shading and some detailing in the cracks and the crevices, you got your base coat on, and you can begin doing some washes of color, which is what I'm going to do next.
And oddly enough, Joe, somehow you made him better looking.
Okay.
I needed that.
I'm just goofing on you, buddy.
I always like to make sure that the makeup goes all the way around the back of the neck. You never know when the director is going to do an over the shoulder, and it's important that the character can be shot 360. Okay, now that this is done, let me see. You want to make sure you got all the color on because it's hard to go back and finish the color. Do me a favor and sit down for me. Make sure the top of your head's done for pictures. How are we doing? How are we doing on time?
You got about 20 minutes.
Okay, good. All right, next color. I like to take... Wow, this is not the color I remember it being when I started, but okay. I like to take black and I like to go over it, go into some of these areas here and just let it get in there. Really take this area here to a whole new level of yuck on the eye. Now this is silicone, so if I'm using a water-based paint, it's just going to run right over it and just settle in the cracks and the crevices. And I'm using this water-based paint. I think it's a little easier to get to. I'm going to take a little hair dryer to them. At the same time, I'm taking the hairdryer, and at the same time, I'm going to use my hand to kind of splotch it and make it look like it's a little muddy. You know, the skin's a little muddy. Stand up for me. How you doing? Okay. There you go. Walk you out much closer so we can see what's going on. Yeah, right there. It's good. Yeah, I don't even know if we need to let it dry at this point. Go ahead and back up a little bit. I'm going to take this alcohol-based red. I'm going to hit it. I like to put my paints in little spray bottles. I don't even have to bring out the airbrush. I can just go around the edge and blend it down. And go up in here. Now this is alcohol based, so be careful. Don't eat it. As I spray it right up into your nose, you have to breathe it. Yeah, this makes a nice blend job. Because you don't have access to an airbrush on set. And I'll put some blood coming down from his ears. Right here. Right here across his lip. There we go. Right down from his mouth here. Maybe a couple of big holes here. Holes here. And I like to use this alcohol-based makeup because it dries and it doesn't keep dripping. It dries till you leave it. There we go. All right. Let's do what I'm going to do right here. Okay. And then after that, I'd like to go in with a little bit even darker color. I'm going to use my favorite blood of all, like my favorite store-bought blood. Hold on a second. You okay? You okay, Doug? You can open your mouth and breathe if you want to. Yeah. There you go. Here, let me open your mouth. You okay? Okay, good.
What brand blood is that?
Oh, this is called Red Rum. And there's a couple of different ones on the market, but I'm plugging Red Rum. I like it because it's just. If I can get in front of if you can see it, it's just black as night.
It's viscous.
Yeah, it's just the best, and it's very thick. And when it dries and it looks wet. And of course, there are many makeup artists that have their own favorite brand of this blood, but I like this one because I like to go into the dark areas with it and make the little dark cracks really dark with it. And the holes in the head. And I'll post detailed close-up pictures of this when we're done on my Facebook page so people can see it more detailed. Were you going to say something?
I said it's a lot better than the chocolate syrup they used in the original horror films.
Oh, yeah, that's true, huh? So yeah, I just go in and I really baby it in detail where the holes are, and just a couple of select places. Really, because it's so dark and non-translucent. So I think what I'm going to do now is I'm going to have Dougie put on his shirt, and we can see it. And then I'm going to go and I'll keep detailing it later for the rest of the thing. But can you see?
I can, yeah.
You can. Okay, good.
There you go. There we go. Yeah, he had it.
I think we might have done it.
Yeah,
I think we might. Did he have it? Yeah,
go ahead. He had it buttoned up.
You had it buttoned up. Go ahead and leave it open. Go ahead and leave it open. Yeah. There we go. But was it? I don't know if it's this one or I'm not sure which way it is. Yeah. There we go. Yeah. Turn like that. Let's see if we can get some light on him. Steve, do we have a light on him? Hold on a second. Let me get some light on it for you.
Yeah, look at that. Less than an hour.
Oh, there we go. I don't know if that helps at all, but you can come in.
Wow. Absolutely stunning work.
Turn. There we go. So, yeah. There we go. I mean, I'll be honest with you. Sometimes I ask for an hour to do a makeup or on set, and they're like, "You got 10 minutes. Can you do it, Joe?" What? Can I do it right here on set? Like right here in front of the camera? Yeah, go ahead. Hurry. We got 10 minutes. We got to be out of here in 15 minutes. We have 10 minutes to shoot your effect and then 5 minutes to pack everything up and leave. So, yeah, no, I'm not even kidding.
You know what my only criticism is, Joe, is that apparently you have no passion for this.
You know, I made a promise to my dad. Like literally, I can remember the exact moment. I was 18 years old and I was getting ready to move out to Los Angeles, and my father knew I was leaving home for good. And he stopped me on the front porch as I was walking in, and he was walking out. And he like literally put his hand on my shoulder and looked into my eyes and said, "Son, promise me you will never stop chasing your dream." And he knew something that I didn't know at the time.
Well, that's awesome.
He knew that my life on this goat ranch in Helotes, Texas, was not the life I was supposed to lead. He knew I would be unhappy there. I haven't talked to my family in over a decade, almost 16 years now. I'm not in communication with them for many reasons. You know, I knew, my dad knew that at the time. My dad died in a horrible car accident a quarter of a mile from our house when he was 50 years old. I'll be 50 this year. And he promised me that I would never stop chasing my dream. And I answered back to him. I said, "I promise, Dad, I will never stop chasing my dream. And if I can make the world a happier place, one special effect at a time, one movie at a time, spending time with Doug is my family. Doug is my brother. You know, Steven, my partner Steven is my family and his family. And Joe, you and David here, y'all are my film family. You will always be my family."
Well, Joe, let me tell you one thing. If anything I know is your dad is looking down with a big smile on his face, super proud of how amazingly talented you are.
Amazing.
Hey, Joe, let me ask you one. I know you want to get back, and I only have one really quick question for you. We're both about the same age, and I remember right around, I think it was like 1981, when The American Werewolf in London was released.
Yes.
Rick Baker did that amazing, wonderful werewolf transformation with David Naughton. Did that have any impact on you? Because that at that time made me A, want to become a filmmaker, and B, made me want to become a special effects makeup artist.
Well, absolutely. I mean, Rick Baker, Rob Bottin. I actually saw The Howling before I saw American Werewolf in London, and I mean, but all of it. I mean, I had some major influences. That was, I'm going to tell you my biggest influence in special effects. Everybody knows that the first horror film or the first special effects film I saw was Godzilla versus the Smog Monster. But the film that really like sealed the deal for me was the original Poltergeist with ILM.
Oh, okay.
Because the film encompassed every aspect of filmmaking known to man. It had visual effects, it had practical effects, it had blood, it had gore, it had everything, it had acting, it had everything, lighting, sound, you know, it had everything. And you know, that movie, I'll be honest with you, I saw that movie 12 times in the movie theater. I would go back and watch it, and I would take a new friend each time and show it to them. And at the time, one of my best friends was the mayor of San Antonio. I grew up in San Antonio. The mayor of San Antonio's son, he was on a swim team with me. And I took him to see the film because I knew he was a big scaredy cat, and I wanted to scare the hell out of him. And that was the last time I saw it. It was the 12th time I saw him. This is the 12th time I've seen this movie. You're gonna love it. And just to scare the crap out of this guy. And it was an amazing experience. But that movie is the movie that sealed the deal for me. You know, Craig Riordan, the face ripping, and all those like demonic ghosts, you know, screaming at front doors, and you know, all that stuff really sealed the deal for me. So.
That's the way I felt about American Werewolf in London, especially in the scene when all the monsters come to David Naughton's house dressed in Nazi paraphernalia.
Oh, yeah. No, that's amazing.
And then the transformation scene. But I'm sorry, I didn't want to ask you my silly special effects makeup question.
No, there's nothing silly about it at all. No, all that stuff. I'm pretty sure I can say this that scene you just described has literally inspired countless independent filmmakers all over the world and special effects artists. And each one of those people that worked for that scene, you know, Steve Johnson and the other people that made those faces that got a chance to sculpt a face, went on to become masters and specialists in their own right in the special effects industry. Yeah.
Back in the mid 80s, I drove all the way down to Universal Studios in Florida from New York City because they had a specific show where they showed how the American Werewolf in London was created. That's how excited I was about that.
Oh, wow. Nice. Right on. Well, how are we doing on time?
We've got a few minutes. Doug, how are you feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling great. The fumes, it actually smells great.
Can I go like this and get you? Can you come closer to the door?
Yeah,
Doug?
let's get some light here.
Yeah, come over here to the door. There we go. Come up here. Can you get rid? There we go.
That is awesome. Oh, yeah, we're going to have to get a screenshot of that and send it to you.
What you need to do now is to go out to your local 7-Eleven or something dressed like that. Like absolutely nothing is wrong. Like everything is perfectly okay.
I don't even really think about the coronavirus when I'm dressed that way. Huh?
Yeah, it's like, what happened to you? I waited in line for toilet paper.
There you go. Say, I don't have the coronavirus. I have just a touch of the Ebola.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. So
I'm trying to find. There's a ton of comments and questions. I'm just trying to weed through everything. I mean, literally, the feed blew up as soon as you got on. So there's much love for you. Everybody's saying you rock. We love you. You're a master. But I'm trying to actually get to the questions now. There's too much love for you, man.
The only other thing I would add right now. Let me see if I have it. Oh yeah, I do.
You got that there.
Hold on. Doug's gonna love this if I can get it to work. This is something I put inside the mat. Hold on a second. Hold on.
You want it in the mouth?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just do a little squig, okay? Just a little squig. Can you squig that around? Can you go? You can drip it on the floor if you want to. Let me see your teeth. Give me a zombie. Give me a zombie. Let me see your tongue. That's what we need. Yeah, you want the zombie to be the same cut. Like if you cut him open, he would be that gray all the way through. That's always my goal, is to make it look like the actor. If you cut him open, his meat is dead inside. One thing I don't really care for about all the older films that they didn't have the capability, the budget to do, is we could digitally correct this eye, which I probably will do in Photoshop, but to put a contact in his eye, or something like that, because that's where I can see the real actor or the talent's real life skin coming through. But there you go.
You know what's funny? I don't know if that it's also effective to leave just a little small trace of humanity left in the character may make it more interesting.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And in this case, absolutely, because just because of the love and the homage that we pay to the work that was done in that film and all that it did for everybody all over the world. Yeah, I remember seeing Dawn of the Dead and thinking it made me feel so icky and nasty afterwards. Like I was like kind of alone in the world, kind of the apocalyptic, but almost violated. Like I have no control over my surroundings, kind of thing.
It's funny. The only film that ever really made me sick from makeup was Cronenberg's The Fly with Jeff Goldblum.
Yeah, that's the one that made me nauseous too. Still to this day.
It's just such a gnarly movie.
So,
great film.
They're asking if you have any instructional videos anywhere.
I do not have anything online where I do that. A lot of the stuff that I've done here today, because of some of the materials I've used so quick and so fast, I just wouldn't advise a layman to really do. Unless you like alcohol-based makeups around people's eyes that fast. I was literally spraying stuff around his face, in his mouth, up his nose, so I tend to, like, whenever someone asks me a question online, I preface it with, I don't advise you to do this unless you've had experience in it. Or I would rather you not use the same technique that I've done. But here's something that may help. Because, I'll be honest with you, there's house paint on his body right now. And, some heavy-duty chemicals. And we've taped his eyes shut. And it's not something that you would normally do with someone that didn't have an experience with it.
Right. So, Doug, how does that taste, by the way?
Oh, the black stuff I just was that edible or no?
Yeah, it's edible.
Oh, it's edible.
Now,
I can tell you what that is, but once again, preface it by saying, please don't swallow this, even though I'm putting it in your mouth. That is caramel color fruit dye, which is basically ink. It's like ink out of a pen.
Yeah, it's very sour, but I mean, if you like Sour Patch Kids, think of that liquefied, just black.
It's like my quintessential completion to my look of a zombie. Yeah, that black in the mouth. So,
Rob Diaz wants to know, what was your favorite special effect that you have done or like to
that I've done myself? I'm going to have to say, I can't pick just one, but one of the ones that really made a big impact on my life was working with Herschel Gordon Lewis in the original the remake of Blood Feast 2. There's a scene where a girl, while still alive, gets all of the flesh skinned off of her head while she's still alive. And, I think it made a big impact when people saw it. People didn't expect that to happen at all. And, Herschel was there cheering me on to do my best. I was really, I was given that job by a special effects company who turned it down because there wasn't enough money in the budget they believed to do it. So they gave it to me, wanting to see, hey, let's see if this kid can do it, And but I didn't have anybody telling me what was right or what was wrong doing it. I only had Herschel's love and direction while I did it, and he knew exactly what to do and how to direct me to make it work great. And that and having Herschel as a mentor, it literally changed my entire life at that moment.
That's awesome. All right, we're about to wrap things up, guys. I know there's a ton of questions, but we got to keep a time limit. Unfortunately, we'll have Joe back on the show sometime, I hope. And if Doug wants to join you, and Steven, have the whole crowd.
It was a pleasure meeting you gentlemen virtually.
David, it was a pleasure meeting you as well. Look forward to the possibilities of making some movies, making the world a better place with both of you two in the near future, I hope. And if anybody wants to reach me, please reach me out on Facebook, send me a friend request, but more importantly, send me a message. Let's talk. Let's make a movie.
All right, Doug, you have anything to plug?
Well, I just wanted to say, like I said, that the newest thing is the Incel. It's an episode of Mulligan's Monsters on Troma Now. Joe Castro made the prosthetic, the little monster puppet for that. And I was lucky enough to thank you, Rob Mulligan, for letting me direct an episode. And very, very, very grateful for Joe to create the baby Incel monster. So I don't know if you guys seen him earlier. We can probably grab him. Here we have him here. I brought him with me.
This thing is very weird, and I'll be honest with you, I didn't come up with the idea all myself. Doug had a lot to do with it.
Well, Joe, if you're gonna put him on, you got to do the voice.
Oh, here we go. Let me see. Does that work?
That was awesome. Thank you again, gentlemen. We hope to see you soon again.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Take care, guys.
Thanks,
guys. Oh, that was in an hour? Really?
Yeah. Wow.
That was amazing. Give me 1 second. And we got these two guys here also. And we are going to be signing off for now. We'll be back in approximately a half hour with the Saw is Family. It's John Dugan, Dan Yeager, and Tyler Shea Cohn. After that, we have the Terrifier panel with a bunch of them. And
is that me tonight or no?
Yes, I believe so.
And at what time is that
after your other thing, David?
I actually have to boogie. What time is that Terrifier?
Terrifier is at 8 p.m. Eastern.
Sweet.
And Lance, you're doing Texas Chainsaw Massacre?
Yes. I think...
all right, we're live right now, so I'm going to kill this in a second.
I think I'm ready.
Oh, you're right. A little bit of homework.
Yeah.
And then after the last panel of the day is a Blair Witch panel. So
That's right.
Blair Witch Project panel.
It came upside down. It finally came in today. Thank you, Libby.
Yes. Can't wait to get ours.
Darkness Waits.
Nice.
With that incredibly handsome fella on the back.
That's awesome.
And Libby is in the house, and she is showing some love.
Yes.
Congrats, David. Congrats, Libby.
Thank you, thank you. I can't wait to the next convention I do to add that to my merch table and proudly signed copies of a film I'm very proud to be a part of.
Awesome. All right, guys, we are signing off. We will be back at 7 o'clock.
Peace out, everybody. See you in a bit.
Yeah.
To be an indie means we buck a system that doesn't want us. To be a fringe filmmaker means we don't do it for them. We do it for ourselves. To be an outlaw on the fringe means we'll die before we fail. Be an outlaw.